Yeah, just make sure she's ready so we can get started. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We are here, City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda of July 28th, 2022. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on July 28th, 2022, beginning at 10:30 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of the following agenda. Before we call this meeting to order, if there are those of you that are wishing to speak in our normal citizens participation area, that will come after our invocation and pledge. It was not on this agenda. Certainly, every time we meet, we want to give our community a chance to speak. So we will definitely do that after item 3. And so if you're wishing to speak after item 3, we will allow you your 3 minutes. As always, we'll follow the rules of speaking to the council, and we will make sure that everyone will be heard. Now, we've called this meeting to order, and we are asking for a roll call. Kiara.
Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
and Councilmember District D.
Present, and I'm at 4101 Main Street in Lamarque, 77568.
Thank you, and Mayor.
Present, thank you. We will now have our invocation and our pledge. I will lead us in invocation. Mr. Alexander Park, you are a veteran, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you then lead, sir, for us in our pledge?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's stand. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this day and for each and every member of this great city. Lord, we pray that as this council and as these appointed officials deliberate, go about our business today, Lord, help us to serve the community, uplift our fellow citizens, and make Lamarque a better place to live. Lord, we do this in the glory and honor of your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Mr. Park.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, good morning, good morning, good morning. We will now hear from any citizen that would like their 3 minutes of citizens participation. Does not look like there are any persons online wishing to speak. So now we move to those persons that are in our audience. We don't have the normal podium structure set up, but if you would, you could come, I believe, Kyle, is this correct, to this, one of these microphones in front, and you may speak from those microphones and be heard. Are there any persons, you can just raise your hand, wishing to speak this morning in our citizens participation? Yes, sir, Mr. Mistich, you may approach. Welcome. As always, name and address.
Robert Midstitch, 24 North Curlew. Today is not a really pleasant day since there is consideration for a recall. But if this recall goes through there, and if there is no step down by the individual, and it is forced to an election, that is the right. Yes, it's a cost, but it is that right. But it will also have to have multiple polling locations so that there's not any kind of voter suppression. There would need to be one at the Bio Vista location, as well as the City Hall and probably the fire station off 2004. Yes, there's a cost to that, but that is an individual's right to exercise that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other persons wishing to speak? Raise your hand. Mr. Lowry, welcome. As always, name and address.
Joseph Lowry, 2503 Cedar Drive. I'm looking forward to this recall petition and putting the city in the right direction. Hopefully, the person steps down when we do this, but we really need to get the lies from council and mayor under control about hate groups, KKK members, 3%ers. And I asked the city attorney to please do your job. If there's an open meeting act violation, and report it to the state. I believe you should hold yourself to a higher standard as you have a law license. The lies gotta stop. You're dividing the community. Do you understand that? You're damaging the community. They're waking up. People are waking up. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Any other persons wishing to speak? Going once. Yes, ma'am. Welcome. As always, name and address.
Carol Johnson, 2808 Fannin Street. As was spoken 3 or 4 meetings ago, democracy is alive and well within the city of Lamarque. The people have spoken. I believe those were the words that you yourself, Mayor, had said during a CEO discussion. So now the question is how well do you actually stand behind those words? Your decision is going to tell us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other persons wishing to speak? Going once, twice. Thank you all for your participation. We're moving now to item 4, resolution. Resolution 4.1, number R-2022-0043, authorizing submission of an application to the Texas Parks and Wildlife for the purpose of participating in a local park grant program concerning the site to be known as Mahan Park in the city of Lamarque. Cesar.
Good morning, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm used to being up here during the evenings. Thank you, Kyle. Sorry, I wanted to make sure we had mics out there for public remarks.
Sure.
Good morning, everybody. This item that's brought before you is for a grant application that we are submitting. It has already been brought before the Parks Board, and I asked for it to please be pulled or to be considered to be pulled for discussion, because we have some members of the Parks Board who are here who simply wanted to state on the record that it has come before them and that they do support the application. If Mayor, if you could please allow.
Very good. I see Ms. Griffin and I see Ms. Smith. Are you all the only two? You may approach. Welcome. We're now down to one mic, so perhaps
Sorry.
you all might share.
We can share. That's fine.
Very good.
My name is Tamara Smith. I am a member of the Parks Board and I approve this message. No, I'm just kidding. No, we did discuss it at our Parks Board meeting. It is something that we definitely support and agree on. And we look forward to hoping that this goes through and that is supported by the community. And that's all. I'm gonna turn it over to our vice chair. Thank you.
I just want to add that we're excited about this. We've been working diligently with Public Works to get our parks up just to maintenance standards, and just driving them by, looking at our parks. They're completely different. And we again want to thank Public Works and the city manager for all he's doing. We also want to thank our council representative, Councilman Compian. He forwarded information about this grant, and we're excited that the city of Lamarque is going to be working on getting it done. We've already been out taking pictures and sending the information back to the coordinators. So we are excited about this. This is what Mahan Park needs. We just want to lift the Lamar Girls Softball Association up however possible we can. And we want to get the kids back into our parks. So whatever we can do as a city, as a community, we would appreciate any help we can get. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And if I may, the application is a competitive funding process. As we know how grants work. It's when you apply doesn't mean that you receive them, but we want to make the most formidable application for all grants. It is a competitive process. We are on pace to submit it. The deadline is the 1st. So we'll make sure we meet that deadline, but wanted to have your support to do so through this item.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions for either the Parks Board members or Cesar?
Yes, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any projects that are going to be earmarked for this if we receive the grant or?
Yes, so this particular grant, we looked at our Parks Master Plan, the conceptual one that has been adopted. We looked at the qualifying factors for the grant and what we felt we could put the strongest application for this round of funding based on how competitive it was. And considering the category, we felt that it was best to put this for the priority level for Mahan Park to do the field work that we need to do because of how dilapidated that park has become.
Okay.
So field work, meaning addressing anything on the actual field, the ball field, the football, soccer field, and if possible, the basketball court and just the general area there.
So the fields, the fencing, the lighting, anything and everything, parking lots.
Everything except for the boat ramp side. The actual boat ramp side is being addressed by the other grant that we're currently working on.
Okay.
That we have been partially awarded for already.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Joe, Casey? Okay. All right, I think we're ready to take action.
Move approval.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now on item 5, new business. 5.1. We okay? Oh, you approve it too. You approve it.
Mayor. Addendum,
I'm sorry.
the addendum.
I think Cesar wants it to go. Yeah, in a different order. Yeah. Item 5, thank you for that though, Kara. Item 5.1, recall petition. Discuss possible action regarding petitions received by the city pursuant to the Lamarque City Charter, Article 5, and provide direction to staff. Cesar, you want to take this one?
Yes, sir. So as was mentioned during public remarks, the public has submitted a petition indeed for a recall. The petition was submitted, and correct me on the time, but I know it was late Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Immediate action was taken on that to commence the process. And the way the process works for those that may not understand out there in the public is it has to go through a 2-form validation process. So historically, the city has used our actual tax assessor, our local tax assessor, thank you, to do one part of the validation. We have an external group that is doing our second validation. At that time, the results would be submitted to the city clerk to do the final notice, and then that would be presented to you. Unfortunately, with everything tied to that situation, we do have until we're still under the auspice of the first window of time. We have not finished that process. We're very close to being done and hope to present that to you as soon as we're finished. I'd like to ask for any comments from either our city clerk or Gus on this topic.
Sure. We are complying with the charter and the deadlines in the charter. Once the city clerk's office has completed the review, the certification, if there is one, will be presented to the council, and the timelines in the charter will continue.
So therefore, we have no action to be taken on this item yet until we're ready. Now, if that for some reason were to occur before this meeting is over today, since we are in an open meeting, like the way the workshop is taken care of, we can still address it today. If for whatever reason we're not able to do it today, we will go through the normal process of posting the whole 9 yards we would do for a special meeting in that case.
Yeah.
And for the sake of time for everybody, we more than likely schedule it in line with whenever our budget workshops are already. We understand the public would like a response to this as soon as possible.
Yeah.
We're adhering to that, trying to get this done as fast as possible, but we need to finish. We want to make sure that it's done right.
Very good. Joe. We can't. we're
If
not
I may,
gonna-
we
we're not
are
gonna-
outside of public comments.
Yeah,
I
Go ahead,
didn't,
John.
sorry.
Just, Mr. Garcia. I'm trying to understand the process. So you said that there's three phases of this certification?
It's 2 rounds. So
rounds.
the first thing is, and again, if I'm speaking out of turn, please. We would want everybody to understand, first phase is it gets submitted.
Yeah,
That
it-
triggers,
And I can step in here,
Okay.
Mr. Garcia, city
please.
manager. Yes, it's turned in, and per the Lamarck charter, it's to be verified by the city clerk. The city clerk, it reached out to the tax assessor collector's office to assist with that. I think those results, and now once she has that, she will go through it. She will go through those results, and we anticipate having it in accordance with the charter. And I'm sorry, the deadline in the charter.
5 days. 5 days.
did you have something you wanted to say, Kara?
I did.
We can't, Joe, I know you're passionate, but we're gonna have to try to keep decorum. I'm going to let Gus read what the charter says so that we can all be clear, and then we'll move on. Yeah. Kara, did you want to say something?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to state that the tax assessor is finished with her review, as well as there is a third party that is conducting the review for our office. So we are waiting
Okay.
on their results. Once we get that, that is going to be presented to you all with both of their findings as well as my memorandum.
Very good. Gus, would you read that section so that everybody can be clear on what this timeline looks like?
Yes, I will, Mayor. This is section 5.15. The city clerk shall at once examine the recall petition, and if he finds it sufficient and in compliance with the provisions of the charter, he shall within 5 days submit it to the city council. So once the clerk determines it is sufficient in accordance with the charter, it will be submitted within 5 days of that determination.
So would you drill down on this 5-day window so that everyone's clear?
Yes, Mayor. As I said, the clerk, Mrs. Nance's office, Ms. Nance in her office, once they determine it is sufficient in accordance with the charter, within 5 days of that determination, it will be submitted to the council.
Okay,
So if I may on that, also for the sake of everybody to understand, the 5-day window also includes the 72-hour announcement period that we need to announce any type of special meeting. So we're working to try to get it done now, but unfortunately, this meeting was scheduled well before we knew this was going
Right.
on. These budget meetings were scheduled. We've already made the exception to create this into a special meeting in hopes that we would address it in time, but we haven't finished. We
Right.
haven't finished, and we need to do our due diligence to make sure it's done right. We're asking a third party with vast years of experience to go over this process. And once that's completed, then we can go and school.
And Mr. Garcia, just to be sure, because I don't want anybody thinking that, once again, there's enough, thoughts that this or that, or, we're the guys in control and stuff like that. That you're taking these efforts to make sure that the process is followed, that signatures are properly verified. I guess that's the goal. Is that the
Yes,
goal?
and if I speak out of turn, I'm sorry. I know maybe others are more versed on recall petitions than I am, but the process is where each signature that's made has to be verified and actually validated. And once that's done, assuming that the numbers are met, then at that time, if there's no other inference of anything else, then at that point, correct me if I'm wrong, the city clerk would then take the 2 validations that would have been completed and then present the findings to you with some sort of, okay, here's validation number 1, here's validation number 2, and here's my recommendation based on those validated reports that have been submitted.
And this process is intended so that we all of us, whatever side you're on, to be assured that signatures were properly validated, that these people exist, and that there's no questions in that regard.
That is
So we
correct.
have Cheryl Johnson's office, who's the voter registrar, her involved in this, and then we have this third party as well, and then it's back to the, and then from that period, it's 5 days.
Absolutely correct, sir.
All right, I understand.
And our intention is to, if we can get it done sooner, then we will, but we can also adhere to our 72-hour window of properly announcing meetings. So.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Very good. Let's move now to item, I think, so you want to add item, guess this would be 5.2.
Yes.
The new 5.2.
Yes.
And that says ordinance, discussion, possible action regarding approving ordinance number letter O-2022-0010, amending residential canal zoning. So this is an addendum that was legally posted. So we're adding this to new business because it is new business, correct?
It is new business indeed. Only because we wanted to make sure it was added as a promise was made with the situation concluding with the Omega Bay request for the amendment to the ordinance having to do with the actual concrete. It did go to planning and zone. I see Miss Kathleen. Oh, there she is. So I just wanted, in case you were needed for questions, I wanted you to be available quickly. It did go to planning and zoning. It was passed by planning and zoning, and thus now it's brought to you to council for first review. Assuming that this item were to pass today, then it would then be brought up at the next scheduled meeting to then move that action forward. As we said we would do, we would try to expedite, so we didn't have to wait till the September meeting. We're just doing so as best as we can.
Very good. Council, do you all have any questions for Kathleen or for Cesar on this item? Kathleen, do you have anything that you like to share with us on this item? Michael, could you, I know it's normally over there. Yeah. Thank you.
I gotta be up here soon enough. The Planning and Zoning Commission met. There were several Omega Bay residents here for the meeting. They all asked questions about the ordinance. We explained everything to them. It was a very positive meeting. They were all in support of this ordinance, and the commission asked several questions for clarification, and they approved it with no conditions other than specifically what's in the ordinance.
Okay. Any questions? Well, we lost Michael.
There it is.
We still have a quorum. I think he wanted to vote on this one.
Yeah, I think it's the first reading.
Yeah. Joe, you got questions you want to add?
No.
This is his item, isn't it?
It's Councilman Carlson's.
Yeah, this is Councilman Goss.
Yes.
I know he wants to vote.
I mean, we're still in the auspices of the meeting, so if you want to bring it back shortly, if there's no further questions, we can bring it back. It's just more of, it was the next item on the agenda we want to move.
Yeah, but the next item is we're getting into the
He just stepped right out.
Yeah. Can we give him 30 seconds, y'all?
Oh, I have no problem, actually.
This is his
Well,
item. There you go, Joe. Come on, Joe. Get in there, Joe.
The purpose of this, Kathleen, is to the zone. Would it have any application in any other part of the city?
No, sir, it will not. The fact is Omega Bay, the front of their homes, well, it's not the front, but the street side of their homes, they have very limited parking space.
Right.
And with the building codes and our ordinances, there's a certain percentage of impervious cover you can have as in putting in concrete. Well, they need more driveway space for their boat trailers, their cars, and, growing families. And their plans would never be approved to increase the impervious cover or the concrete per se, because of that one element. So we're just simply exempting them from that one element in their own residential canal ordinance. It has no effect on anything else in the part of the city. They still have to follow the same process of getting engineered plans, submitting them to the HOA for approval, and getting that approval and submitting those plans to the city for a plan review and approval before a permit will be issued. None of that changed. It's only they will be exempted from that certain percentage required for parking.
Okay.
And if I may, we, just for a second, I know Gus stepped out now, but originally the thought was, well, why didn't we proceed with with a variance request? For one, it would have been each resident that would have been affected would have had to come up and do their own variance application to be heard. And it would have been a fee associated with each one that would have stepped.
We had 3 residents at different periods apply to expand the concrete. Each one of their plans were not approved on plan review due to this fact, the impervious cover and the percentage. So when we spoke with them, they were pretty upset about it and we're trying to find a solution for it. Well, 2 didn't want to go through the variance. 1 said they would, and then they rescinded it after it came to council. Or so the issue was brought to council's attention. And that's when we went into, well, let's modify the ordinance that only pertains to your subdivision or to that area, that sector. So, and it is a special, they're the ones that have canals. So it's special. We're in nowhere else in the city is like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did get our consulting city engineer to give me his opinion and to read it and to add his notes to it also, just to make sure that we were giving all the citizens the information they needed to make the right decision. Hopefully that they were making the right decision.
Yeah.
So.
Very good. I think we stalled until Michael came back.
My car is safe.
Your car safe.
You ready to act on this, Michael?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Been
let's
ready.
go. You can do the honors.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the ordinance as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? This next item, Cesar says, review and discuss the fiscal budget. Sounds like that's gonna be a long process.
It is.
So I think that we perhaps need to move good of the order up so that we can share with these folks these wonderful bits of news.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Joe.
point of information, if you
Mhm.
could,
Mhm.
just procedurally, would it be appropriate on this recall to table it as opposed to not take action?
I believe that's what we called was table, no?
Huh? I didn't hear.
I don't think
Yeah, we didn't do
I don't think we
anything.
took any action.
I'm sorry, ultimately, the idea would be to delay the item until later in the meeting.
Yeah,
Until we have more information on if the results will be completed before you all leave. If you table the item now,
you can't take it, go back and
Go back
untable
and
it. Yeah,
oh.
yeah. I think the plan is to leave it open, just in case.
Leave it open in case we get the results in time. If we
Yeah.
don't, then at the end of the meeting, move to table that to the next possible meeting.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah. You good?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think we move good for the order up so that if there's anything we need to share with our public, we can, in case they'll be leaving us after this portion of our meeting. And I don't think we have anything in executive session. So let's move good of the order up. And then we'll take council, take a 5-minute, 10-minute break to regroup, and then we'll start in our budget workshop. Does that sound agreeable? Okay, good of the order. Let's start with. You go?
Yeah.
Mr.
I
Compion.
just wanted to just express my sincere condolences and sympathy to the family of former council member Cliff Brown. I know his son, Constable, and they have a service tomorrow, I think at noon time at Carnes for an hour. But he was a delightful gentleman, full of life, always a joker. He loved to show off this great big sleigh that he made when I was on the, you may remember there, right? Of the Keep of Marque Beautiful. And he pulled that out about Christmas time and it'd be parked in the parking lot or we use it in a parade. And he was proud of that sleigh. That was something that, and it was always delightful to interact with him. And so once again, my condolences and sympathy to his family. Thank you, sir.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Michael, you want to go?
I just want to say, Mr. Compion, if you haven't seen the news in September, he's got the rainwater barrel course coming up. So that's really cool. It's really great because we're lacking on water across the entire country. So I plan on attending and hopefully I get a nice giant water barrel for my dogs or the next hurricane. But I appreciate that. That's great for the community, all the staff that worked on the budgets. Thank you. And everybody that came out, spoke and participated in this government. Thank you.
Kim or Casey, who's next?
Oh, I'll go. I want to thank everybody for our amazing pop-up party that we had. That was on Lake Road. Want to shout out to TC ISD and very good event. We celebrated the positive vibes that are happening in Lamarck, and we will continue to do that. Want to make sure the reason why I'm wearing an extra mask because the numbers are up for COVID. Please be very careful out there in our county. I think we're up, Joe, I think the 15% now. And so let's make sure that we remember that family is all, family and community is all, and that we help one another by protecting one another. And also just to thank District A for some of the great things that we see that is happening on Kansas Street. Shout out to Rick and his team for opening up Bellevue in Kansas. Thank you so much. A lot of the people were really excited about opening that up. And to JB, our public information officer that covered that. Thank you so much for covering the positive news that is happening in District A. I really appreciate that. Everyone knows that it's important that we lift up our community and that we have integrity. And so that is what I'm going to always promote, because that's important to our children and what our children would say about our community. And hats off to our fellow councilmen, who I think are some of the bravest people here who have remained positive, and we are doing the work to make Lamarck better. I will say this, it has been challenging, but my scripture of purpose is Luke 1:37, for with God nothing shall be impossible. To get some of the phone calls that we've gotten in just the last couple of days, this is not a game. It is not a game. People are calling and saying, why is my name on there? I didn't sign it. This is crazy.
We need to stay on the agenda.
I'm sorry. It's just disappointing, Gus. And it's just very disappointing. And then to be, talked about like I'm lying. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to look at you bold face, flat face. I'm upset that I have a temporary restraining order that is not being followed right now.
Yeah.
Oh, well, so I
Yeah,
didn't.
let's
just stay on the agenda.
We're gonna move past that part. We're gonna move past that part. Let's move past that part, Kim.
Okay.
Let's move
Really?
past that part. Let's move past that part. We're gonna move past, we're gonna, Sarah, we're gonna move past that part. Everybody calm down. It's okay. It's okay. It's
Thank
okay.
you, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Ms. McAuliffe.
Yes, I don't have much. I want to say thank you to everyone for your patience. I look forward to being there in person next week. I'm still bouncing back from my final date with COVID. Finally caught up with me. And
Yeah.
so I echo what what Councilwoman Yancey said. Everyone be safe out there, please. And I just really appreciate everyone. I know that it is a challenge to have me participate online, and I appreciate everyone's cooperation and patience and compassion for that. And I look forward to being there in person next week. Thank you to all the staff who work like bonkers to get the budget stuff ready for us to look over. I'm ready to sink my teeth into it. And last, I'll say, I know that there is definitely a pall over this procedure this time around, something that feels really unknown to me and really, really dismaying. I support my mayor. I support my council. I know everyone is doing their absolute best. And I also know that everyone will exercise nothing but professionalism to get this job done, because we got a big job in front of us. So thank you for that. And I'm ready to go.
Thank you, Casey. I wanted to just share with Mayor Pro Tem and sentiments for former Councilmember Clint Brown. I served with him. He was an extraordinary man with boundless energy, to be as experienced in life, if you know what I mean, as he was. A great man, and we are going to miss him as a community. I wanted to also remind you that we are moving into, after this portion of our meeting, into budget workshops. There'll be about 5 days of those workshops. We will look at every angle, every line item, every request from every department. If you want to know about our budget, this would be the time for you to tune in. I believe it's on channel 16, YouTube, and certainly you can even Zoom in, I believe. Is that correct, Kyle? And even if you Zoom in, you can raise your hand and you can ask questions from the comfort of your home, so that we're all on the same page. We need to make sure that everybody's hearing and seeing the same thing at the same time. And you get a chance to input what you think about the decisions that need to be made about your tax dollars. So we need your input. We cannot afford to wait until after these budget items have been deliberated to go back. Let's do it now while we're starting so that we all can be on the same page, and hopefully we can all arrive at the best decision for our city. I will say to you, all of us here in this community, we all have a right to democracy. And that's what this is. And it's messy, right? It is messy and it's uncomfortable and it's maddening and it's stressful and it makes you want to pull your hair out, but it's our government and it's the system of our government. And the way that we allow those things to happen is we make sure that our system of government is being followed, right? Every law, every procedure, right? Not just one side or the other, but all sides following the law. And when that happens, the right outcome will happen. It'll always happen. But more importantly, what we have to do in the interim, right? We have to move Lamarque forward. We have to focus. We need to be thinking about streets and law enforcement and public safety and infrastructure and tax dollars. We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, right? But we can control what we can control today. And today, we are a community. This is our council. You all are the members of this community, and we work. And if something changes, if community members change, or if council members change, we just keep working. That's all that is. There's going to be a day for debate. And certainly I will answer every question with passion. And certainly I'll have my day to share my truth. But that day isn't a day. We're in the middle of a process and we respect that process. But more importantly, we respect the people that have engaged this process. Whether you agree with me or not, I respect you. I love you. And like I said before, if there has been any offense to me and my family, I forgive you, because we have to move forward in this community. And I think we can do that. Now, having said that, there's nothing else. Cesar, do you have anything?
On behalf of the meeting, as far as the items on the meeting, no, I'm ready to, whenever you guys are ready to entertain the budget workshop. I will say we are doing today, what I've handed out as far as the budget is concerned, when we're ready to begin that portion, I've left 2 copies in the back in case anybody would like to see it. It's a tentative schedule of how we hope to navigate our budget by department. I say tentative because we know we can't control we're going to play timekeeper as much as we can, but if certain sections run long or short, then obviously we'll adjust as best as we can. But also for the sake of the department heads that are out there, so they can prepare accordingly for their items. So there's 2 copies in the back. I've also shared them with you, and I believe it's already gone out or will soon be going out to be posted for public view in case anybody has a certain question or a certain department they would like to look into more than another. That being said, we're planning on starting the day with a presentation about our meters, because that's a very big portion of what we do and where we're moving forward. So whenever we're ready to do so, then we can take that. And we're looking at
Yeah.
recess real quick. So
I think we probably need to take a 10-minute recess, let the council kind of resettle themselves. If any members want to move, they can move in and out. We can kind of reset. So let's try to come back at 11:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from our break. We had to work through a few issues. We are now at our budget workshop presentation. And I believe we're going to have a presentation on the census. Is that correct? Or from
Yes, sir.
census?
Yes, sir.
Very good, Mr. Garcia.
I'd like for the folks here from census to please approach. I wanted to start with our meters right now, and I think it'd be pertinent to do so. If I could ask you guys to get together, we can cue the presentation. While you're cueing the presentation, I wanted to talk about our meters, and I can't date this. So if Ms. Lee is here or anybody that would like to provide some dates here specific, if anybody knows. But historically, the city recently, not too long ago, went into a plan to replace some of its meters. And so for everybody to visually see up here, so we have, can you share with everybody the meter that we currently have? And we're not going to be very, if it's okay, we can be not as formal. I'd rather just show you the difference and explain to you where we're headed with this so we understand. This is the current meter that we use now.
This is what you have today. It's the iPearl. It's a magnetic meter. There's nothing in the flow tube. So there's no wear and tear on the, it's got a 20-year warranty on the accuracy. And the cable's replaceable here, you know, if something happens to it. And this is the radio, so if you visualize the pit, the radio sits in the pit, and this is what transmits to your two water towers. And that's what you have today. And you know, it's very accurate meter. What we're going to be talking about is the ally meter, and we can pass it around.
Yeah, I want to make sure Casey can hear. Casey, can you hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can hear you much better.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So the ally meter is our meter. It's got multiple features. Basically, it has the same measurement technology as this, but then Census has added I work for Aquametric. We're the sole distributor in here. My name is Mike Wood. I should have done that first. This is Irene Mathis.
It's okay.
Just getting in front of things.
Sorry.
But what's going on? Sorry. Basically has multiple features. It's got a valve inside, which we have a demo of the valve, so you can kind of see this is embedded in it. So it's got an internal shutoff valve that you can put in 3 different ways, and I can show you some pictures of that.
Sure.
But it also measures pressure and temperature of the water. So the nice thing is you can see the delivery pressure. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to skip.
I'm gonna send it that way. Yeah. There you go. And
We'll say, and if I may,
Yes.
the reason why we're bringing this forward is twofold, right? We talked about being innovative. We've talked about being as advanced as technology allows. But really the reason why this is important is in the sense of public safety. All right, that's the reason why we're introducing it now. We need to start thinking ahead. We know that our current meters are in the ground, or Ms. Lee, if you can address, or anybody here can address, we're about 2 to 4 years old, correct? The ones that are in the ground now.
What was it? Yeah,
About 4 years.
4 years old.
The average lifespan of the meter is anywhere between 15, 20 years. Okay, so having foresight in this. The reason why this is pertinent is because we just experienced a freeze. Okay, and we're going to talk about that more as far as this coming up now. The reason of the importance of that is because this new meter will allow us to do certain things when it comes to control. Meaning, there's a freeze coming. We know that it's anticipated. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you'll address in presentation, you'll be able to stop the flow of water to everybody remotely, quickly. Then we can put out a message to everybody to have them bleed their lines in an effort that if a freeze does occur, we can try to minimize damage.
Correct.
Property damage in the case of that occurrence. So that was the main purpose of this. For what it's worth and for what the increase in the meters should be, or would be in price, obviously, because this new meter offers smart technology, they'll be able to explain more of. The basis of what we're doing is attempting to provide that extra measure of safety, along with other bells and whistles that come with this new meter. I don't want to steal your thunder. Please,
No,
you can proceed.
That's great. But as was said, Jacksonville, Texas is one of our examples that I'll talk a little bit about. I'll see if I've got that slide in here. But let me just walk you through kind of the technology and the kind of the benefits of what I have prepared. We can keep it as short or as, long, just cut me off. I don't want
Short if possible, only because we've got a huge agenda today.
Right, okay, so basically it's part of you already have the network here. You're using our meters today. You can continue to use those meters. Those meters will be supported. You can augment with these ally meters. The ally meters, it's a two-way meter. It does a lot of different things. You can use it for flushing, like, on dead end mains, to get the chlorine levels up, make sure the water's safe. You can use it for leak shut off, like if you see, because these meters are monitoring for leaks all the time, am I seeing continuous consumption? Then you can also turn them off remotely from the office. Those kind of things. So just a little bit on the inside, I showed you that valve. This is what it looks like on the inside. If you do a cutaway of the meter, shows you the pressure sensor. Pressure sensor is on the inlet side. So even if you shut it off, you still have pressure sensing. So you can.
Could you
monitor
explain
that.
pressure? Because in Lamarck historically, there's been issues with water pressure as well as water loss. How would this meter address those things, or at least help us address?
Help you address it. The real thing is this will give you, normally it'll give you hourly pressure readings at that delivery point. So you may have pressure at the discharge, out of your towers, but you may not have it where you're giving it to the customer. So this is, it can also point to where you might have a main break or something like that, because the pressure would go down. And it also has the ability to put alarms on kind of high and low thresholds and get alerted as well. So you can be proactive or at least reactive and know that you're delivering, pressure, the right amount of pressure. The other thing that people do is sometimes, to save energy, they see that maybe they, don't fill the tank quite as high and still deliver quality pressure, but save energy because it costs money to pump water. Any questions on that? It's got I'll talk about the ball valve. It's got 3-stage ball valve. Again, the 3-stage ball valve is it's got closed and it's got reduced and it's got open. So 3 different modes. The main thing is, you can maximize your data input or the data, maximize your control and also your ROI. So is that an okay thing to dive into just at a high level? Maximizing your data, what we're talking about here is the evolution in technology. We started measuring a long time ago. The origins of census is the old Rockwell meters from, soon after the Civil War. So that's the lineage that census has. So it's grown over time. First ICE registers were the first kind of AMR to drive by, and then that came into AMI and iPearl, the accuracy down to 0.03 gallons per minute. And then the Ally is the latest. So the Ally is what we're talking about. Again, it's got the same static metrology, no moving parts. So a lot of, not maintenance side and accuracy. Again, goes down to 0.03 gallons per minute. In the memory of the meter, it stores up to 120 days of hourly data in the actual meter itself. So, it's like a little computer, stores information there. You can set up alarms for high flow, reverse flow, like if somebody's taking it out and flipping it around, you can get alarms because somebody's trying to fill their pool or something. Continuous flow. again, pressure is a really powerful thing. I've been working with a lot of different cities on pressure. So it's been a very hot topic. Just trying to make sure everybody's getting delivery pressure, you know what it is. We also can work with the utility to integrate that back into their SCADA system if there's value in doing that. Again, you know, some people ask how much is the temperature the fluctuation going to affect the pressure reading? So it's only 1.25% plus or minus. So it's very accurate pressure. You can change the sample and transmit rates, data log interval, all that. So, and then again, as I mentioned, you can also say, hey, I've got a overpressure situation or an underpressure situation that I want to be alerted of. So, and you can, because it's two-way system, you can change those alarms over the air if you know you don't set it right initially. You don't have to roll a truck to fix it. You can say, well, I don't like that. I can adjust because it's a two-way system. I can say, hey, change the pressure threshold to 30 instead of.
This is this from the individual homes, or are you saying this is from on the city side? The individual, I'm talking about pressure, because pressure is an issue in the market.
Yeah, well, each meter has a pressure sensor, so that way you know delivery pressure to an individual home or individual area. You don't have to have them at every location to do this. You just need to have it, you know, again, delivery points throughout the system, and we can work with you to figure out what that would be if that's the direction you want to go. Again, just, you know, depending on how you want to deploy.
And this is vital. This is a vital importance to us because it allows us the opportunity to better identify immediate drops in pressure. This gives our staff, our teams, both from the public works side and from the utility side, opportunity to quickly identify where these changes are happening. So as I understand it, it'll be alarms for us. The other side of it is as we know that as part of the ARPA survey that we put out to the community, one of the items that we put out is a customer portal. Now with that customer portal, it'll allow them more opportunities for them themselves to have a control.
Yeah, customer portal, you know, gives your customers ability to set alarm thresholds on consumption and things like that.
Right.
And another feature it has is temperature. So if you want, like in a winter freeze situation, it's monitoring what is the temperature, you know, of the line of the water coming into it. So in a freeze situation, that can be.
Oh, so sorry.
valuable. Out of time.
No, keep going.
Anyway, then you optimize your data. Again, you've got a couple towers where we're collecting this information. And then each ally water meter or each water meter we have out there communicates directly, and you can bill, you can act on data you're getting, and you can optimize your system. That's really the point of knowing that pressure, knowing the temperature, knowing where the consumption is, if there's any kind of reverse flow. So moving beyond that, so let's talk real quick about the control side. So the control side, again, the 3-state valve, you know, Midwest City, Oklahoma is an example where they just go when the bill's due and they're late, they flip it to, they have an ordinance where they flip it to trickle mode right then. And within a couple days, usually the person comes in and pays the bill if that's you know, something that's valuable to you. So you know, that's why there are 3 different options. You know, you can shut them all the way off, you can have it all the way on, or trickle. Trickle, you can get a glass of water, but you can't take a shower or fill a pool, or that kind of thing. City of West University is thinking of putting these on their irrigation meters. So, you know, if they have an ordinance where, you know, people aren't supposed to irrigate, they're just going to shut them all off. You know, obviously that may not make sense here, but just example. So again, reduce flow or shut off, that's just, you have that option. Great way to get payment without disrupting the customer. 95% of the flow are, that's kind of a Midwest city statistic. Just keep moving on. There is, if you get a lot of ally meters, you may want to know, how do I control all that? And so there is a tool called Service Management app that's could be added to your application to control and monitor what the state and temperature and alarms are. So easily do that. You can identify lots of different things, improve customer service by reducing flow, react more quickly, because it's, almost instantaneous. When you turn it on, it turns on. Improve process, better worker, better record keeping, because you have the whole history. There's also a pressure profile out, once you have all this pressure data, again, what are you going to do with that? And there's a way you can monitor and see pressure across your system. We can help with that if it makes sense. And then maximizing your ROI is just, not having to roll trucks. And, if you want to use it in that way.
If I can interrupt, that's an important point. Right now, to connect someone's water with one of the meters, we have to send somebody out.
Right.
If a shut off occurs, we have to send someone out. If a reconnection occurs, someone has to go out again. So technically, having these meters would allow that to stop, to cease. You could do it remotely now. This new technology, this new meter allows us to do so. Not that we're eliminating jobs. We are 20 years from being able to replace all of our meters. It would take about that long if we budgeted accordingly. But the plan and the intention is, one, any new development that occurs in our city to automatically move them to these meters. And two, anytime any changes need to occur or any new plots of land that may be done, to move them to these meters as well. Now, those things do come at a cost. We'll talk about that when it comes to the budget itself. But I wanted to have an understanding of what we're trying to do here. All right, and have it pay for itself through our water rates, and then also pay for itself for those connection, for the exchanges of these meters when they occur.
Okay, thank you. So again, bleeding maintenance, as far as being able to use it to do flushing, non-revenue water, looking for pressure issues. So quicker, more accurate detection of leaks and bursts. So
talk about prevention of leaks and bursts. That was the last bullet point you talked about there.
Prevention of leaks and bursts, just monitoring the pressure. The more pressure you have, the more stress you put on the pipes, that kind of thing. So, and then the other thing is by, using the ball valve, it doesn't, it opens very gradually.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, you can get a little bit of a water hammer.
So let's talk about that alarm, right? Let's say that alarm goes off that says, hey, your pressure's changed, whatever may have happened. Assuming it's during a time where somebody could see that data, a message is sent to the homeowner if we have the smart technology, if that gets approved to move forward. And then we, as a city, also get an alarm.
Mostly it'd be the city, and you would decide what do you want to do with that. It wouldn't be necessarily going to the homeowner.
Okay.
Phase. It would be a city notification saying, hey, this particular meter exceeded or, it went below or above the thresholds we sent.
And that's important because if a leak is deterred or excessive use of, all of a sudden you use this much and all of a sudden it spikes the next month after that, it may be a leak, it may be something. If the homeowner is not aware, let's say you're on vacation, let's say you're not home, let's say you're at work for the day and that happens, it allows the ability for us to possibly notify them sooner, turn it off and say, hey, are you okay? Are you aware that this is happening? To hopefully address that. So really from that perspective, from property, assessment when it comes to that, and hopefully mitigating damages if it's possible. That was a attractive opportunity for us to look at.
Yeah. And then there's soft returns, right? So, improving customer satisfaction as far as being proactive notification, you can, like you're talking about, notify customers, faster service because it can be almost immediate, near real time, turning it on and off. And then simpler business operations, faster reconnection. Again, talking about Jacksonville, their big thing was that they thought it saved them lots of dollars because they had, during that winter freeze or snowmageddon or whatever we're calling it. They were able to, monitor, and if they saw an abnormal usage, they could shut it off immediately, and monitor the temperature as well. So it was very powerful for them to do that, from a natural disaster and with, so. Again, more control. And because you can do it remotely, you don't have people out there at risk as well. So.
Thank you.
Anything else that you'd like to?
No, council, if I may, one of the things that we're looking at this from a FEMA perspective or from a OEM perspective, if you will, is we're even looking at how we could possibly petition some funding for FEMA related expenses of this because of what the prevention method would be. It's pretty determined that it's only a matter of time before we see another freeze again. This would better prepare us, should that happen, to hopefully prevent some of that damage if we were to do this. So if in the next few years we stagger how we were going to prepare for this, not only with new development, our intention is for any new development to have these new meters moving forward, assuming that you approve it, covered. The additional expense for them would be covered through the schedule of fee that's already been proposed to you. Ms. Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, the new fee that we predicted in the schedule of fees includes that. So what that would do is it would move us in that direction. Also, if anybody has a faulty meter, that's where the absorption of the cost would be because there is an additional expense. However, the idea is for that to be recouped through our actual water rates. That concludes the presentation. If there's any questions pertaining to that in particular.
Council, you have any questions about these census meters?
I do have some questions.
Okay.
This trickle mode, does it permit at least toilets to be filled?
Very slowly, but yes, I mean, it just goes at a very reduced rate.
Yeah, just a reduced rate
Yes.
to avoid some sort of, in my experience,
So-
having to deal with clients that whose utilities have been cut off, they're still in the home. Unfortunately, they're still using toilets and that becomes a health hazard. And
Yes.
I just say that in that regard. I like that. It's a bit more sensitive to the financial challenges of people in our community. So that's number one. And not to say that we do have an excellent, I'm going to put a plug in for our water department. They're very, very empathetic in terms of dealing with individuals who have challenges. So please communicate. You have to talk, reach out, and they're there for that. Are you saying that the existing technology, these meters that we have now expire? I looked at mine, if I'm not mistaken, what was it, 20 years, 30 something? I think it was, no, 1928, I think, or something. I forget when it was. What's the date?
It should be like,
It's 20 years warranty.
Yeah, 20 years. So I think it was saved from 20.
and
What was
it
it?
says an expiry date, but that's just one, because there's a battery in there.
Yes,
They're warranted, to be accurate for 20 years. It doesn't mean that on 20 years plus one, it's going to stop. It's just.
so, but under normal circumstances, if we weren't subscribing to this new technology, your process would be to put in a new battery, correct?
No, the battery, because of water penetration issues.
All right,
Everything is very sealed, and so it's embedded in the meter.
so you actually
Yes.
pull out and
Yes, yeah.
put in a new one,
Correct.
so that would still occur?
Yeah.
Okay. And monitoring, talking about monitoring. Are these alerts automatic where you've got pressure variations that happen? If we've got a reduction, or are we going to have a person in front of a monitor filled with 5,000 connections all the time?
You can set it up so it can be either, yeah, I mean, it's near real time. As soon as it detects a pressure fluctuation, it will send an alarm, an alert. But it can either be a text, you can set it up to have a text message, you can set it up to have an email, or you can just have it go to a dashboard. Just depends on your business process and how you want to be notified.
Is that to the homeowner or
No,
to the
to the
a person within the city?
Yeah, person
Okay.
within the city. The main thing we like is the city to have the information to know, maybe that there's a pressure issue and you've already warned the people. There's no point in sending out a ton of alarms.
So, Mr. City Manager, if I'm accurate in saying this, and you correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, we have a date in the future where the not too long ago installed meters will have to be replaced. And you are looking at newer technologies and in terms of dealing with, but you would like to see, at least with our newer developments, the use of this newer technology at this time. Well, okay. I understand.
Yes, sir. And if I may, on that note, the idea is because you wouldn't want to be in a situation where we need to replace 7,700 meters we currently have. Plus, with all our new plats coming up and so on and so forth, we're soon going to be at 8,000 to 9,000 meters. So I would hate to be in a situation where we're trying to do that all at one time in a window. We're right now 4 years in, so with a time frame of in the next 11 to 16 years, correct me if I'm wrong, all our current meters may need to be replaced anyways. Starting the process now will lighten that burden. And then also, if there's any faulty meters moving forward, we start making that change now. So that way we can stagger that from occurring. So we're not hit with it all at one time. So 11 to 14 years, I'm not coming in and saying, hey guys, we've only been able to replace 1,000. We now need it all in one fell swoop, possibly replace 6,000 of them, because that would be a huge undertaking to do.
So let me ask you another question. In the context of apartment units, would each apartment unit have to have its own separate meter? Or can apartment units still operate under one central meter? And then explain to me, how do you handle an apartment complex?
It depends on how the city is set up. The larger meters don't have the shut off valve because it doesn't necessarily make sense. You don't want to shut off the whole apartment complex. It just depends on how, there are some apartment complexes that have banks of smaller meters. In that case, you can shut off individual apartments, but just depends on the structure of how the engineering was done for the facility. Whether it's got a large, like a 2 or 3 inch meter feeding a large apartment complex, or individuals like a bunch of townhomes or some, I'm not sure of the
Right.
configuration.
And so the thought process with that is ideally for new construction, we would like for each one to have its individual meter. The challenge would be if there's any current ones in that state would be different. So to answer your question, it depends. It depends on where it is and how their current structure is. For new construction, just as we do for electrical meters, that each one has their own individual one, we'd like to do the same for water meters, only so each person can be controlled differently. So as you mentioned, if there's a leak in one unit, it doesn't affect all the units. We could hopefully, the intention, the intent would be to control each home, right, or each unit separately if at all possible.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions on census? Hold on just a minute, Councilman. Council, anybody?
Yes.
Okay.
I may have missed it, but
I got you. I got you.
what's the
Councilman.
cost of each unit? I may have stepped out for that, but
No, we haven't discussed that yet. We're gonna bring that up. We're doing the presentation first, and we're gonna bring that up when we bring utility up. We're gonna discuss that in the afternoon portion.
okay.
When we get there, we're gonna go through what it currently costs, what it's gonna cost in the future, and then obviously this is. Since the direction that we've received, not only from the public, from council and the state is clearly spoken, and arguably the nation has spoken, we're moving more to a user-based fee. And this would allow that to be the case. So for new development, the developer would be asked to do this for every single development, so they would take care of the fee for the new meters. The challenge would be for the replacement of the current meters and what the difference would be. We would just subtract that then. The onus on us would be, as we know inflation is going up, is purchase enough meters sooner than later at today's dollars versus tomorrow's dollars, but that's something we would plan accordingly, to not overwhelm ourselves with too much of a budget hit now. It's basically to spread it out. If we're trying to say we're gonna place 7,000-8,000 meters, then take that over the next, I don't know, 16 years. All right, we're gonna do 500 a year. You know, we're planning on doing, you know, based on need, right? We're gonna purchase 500 a year in hopes that we could prepare ourselves accordingly.
I would hope that in the process of negotiating, I'm sorry,
No,
Michael, just
good.
thought that negotiating this agreement, that we understand, because I'm already frustrated with this part, where we've challenged with chips, right? And I think they're part of this technology. And we have a situation, I was told by water department, that we don't have enough meters or we don't have enough, so that in your negotiation process, there should be some concessions made to us, financial, if we're going to go ahead and commit to this technology. And there should also be penalties if you're not able to provide the technology that we're committing to. Because as a builder, if I'm a builder and there are challenges and I have homes ready to go and we don't have a water meter available, I can't get a person in my home. And so I make that point to you, Mr. Saban.
And I'll ask, since Ms. Kathleen is here, she can talk to us from a development service perspective on the number of plots that we have coming up now with the new homes. The thought process would be to institute this before those new homes come into play and put the onus on them. After speaking to the folks from the census, they are prepared to help us with that rollout should we choose to proceed accordingly. Great question. Right now, what is your availability of stock of these new meters? Should we approve this, move the item forward, and take this into effect, said October 1, for example, if this is the direction that we choose to go? What is your availability if we needed, for example, we have 300-400 new homes expected in the next year, give or take? Would you be able to accommodate, let's call it 500 meters?
I have to get it. Yes, I hope so, but.
Right. What is the current lag time?
On the ally meters, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the lead time on ally is right now. It's changing, to your point on chips. I mean, it's changing daily. On meter side, it's been getting better. Just to be frank, on the radio side, it's just been getting that particular chip.
And just to understand, the radio component is the one that is where the delay is occurring for the most part. The chip is in the radio. So regardless of which meter we go with, right now, the delay is in the radio component, which both systems would use the same radio component.
Yes.
So regardless of which one we go with, the delay may still exist based on supply and demand. However, the intent would be for us to order a batch of these. For example, you give us a green light, we go ahead and put an order for 100 because we know we have 300 homes pending. And as soon as we get those permits rolling in for those homes to move forward, we put in the next order so that we can be ready to go for the next batch. And whatever, I'm saying 100, but whatever that number would be. And also, I'd like to point out, the folks from Census have given us how many meters to test? 2 or 3?
We gave you
two. And during so we could test and vet the system for ourselves. And when we get to that portion of the agenda, when we have Ms. Lee come up here to discuss that, she can maybe vet to see how the process has been so far for her as well. From our own, we have to remember, we ourselves are a customer. We have a water bill ourselves. We have certain meters that we own as well that we pay for our own water service. So to the intent of that, we would like to look at that accordingly.
So what are your sister cities that have this product? who are the closest sister cities that have this product?
Well, as I mentioned, Jacksonville, Texas has done a full deployment, pretty much about 4,500 of these units. For most of their residential and that water storm thing that I had up. Fort Worth has some, a number of cities, West University has some that they've been trying out. It's a relatively new meter. It's been out, 3-4 years? Yeah, 3 years. So it's a relatively new meter, still working on adoption and stuff, but like I was working with Fort Worth yesterday on an ally meter. They were monitoring pressure for a key customer. They actually took off the test port of one of their larger meters, put an ally on it, and just so they could get pressure. Not the most efficient, but it was an interesting application.
Again, in an effort of bringing information to everybody, asked for us to be innovative, to push the envelope. Obviously, the homework has been done. Our staff has looked into this and vetted this opportunity. We want to be innovative and spearhead things, but also cautious that we're not too advanced, that we haven't looked through at the possibility of it occurring. That's where we currently stand. It is newer technology considering for water meters, being 3 to 4 years. However, our intent is to bring us into the next phase and again, be proactive instead of reactive.
Any other council members have questions before we open it up to the floor? Councilman, I know you had yeah. And remind them who you are, James.
Yeah, James Osteen, 25 Giordano in the Marque. Can the homeowner manually cut this valve off in case the lawnmower hits the pipe or something like that when they're mowing grass, hits the faucet? Are they gonna be able to cut that off, or are they gonna have to wait till the city cuts it off on a Sunday afternoon?
Yeah.
It's really up to the city, because we wouldn't be removing the curb stop that the city already has there, and I'm assuming you would not remove that. So there would be a manual outside the meter shut off in most cases. I'm assuming that would still be your plan. So
If that's something the city'd have to put in when they put the meters in, that outside cutoff.
I think he's talking about the regular T cutoff.
It actually already exists.
it already exists.
It
He's talking about the regular
exists.
cutoff.
Oh, it go behind it where you can lock it with a key.
No,
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, is that curb stop. that-
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can lock it,
Turn it.
but that'll still be there with homework can cut that off.
I'm assuming you.
that's
would
at
still
the
have-
city's discretion. Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
that's the city's discretion of providing that curb
Okay.
stop.
So could you then, so that we all could be clear in the community, would there be a way then for the homeowner to go in electronically and electronically turn that valve like you were saying? Okay.
Not today.
Okay, gotcha.
In the future, maybe would provide that, but no city has really wanted that feature opened up to the customer. That, we want a human point in between, security wise.
Okay, and the second one is, what constitutes a leak where it would be shut down by the city? Example, like my wife takes long showers and is running all the time. She's gonna be upset that you don't cut the water off on her. And then say you have you're watering your garden or something like that. What constitutes a leak before it is set the alarm off? Thank you.
The alarm does not actuate the valve. I mean, that you're notified that there is continuous consumption. That means that for 24 hours, we're seeing the meter, every hour or all the time, we're seeing constant flow. Right, during that 24-hour period. So that could be, I'm seeing constant, flow through the meter. It could be a stuck toilet valve. It could be somebody left a hose on. It could be a lot of different things. The normal process that, I don't know what customer service does here, but a lot of cities get that alarm and then call the customer and say, hey, we're seeing this activity. And then notify the customer. And then at that point, it would be kind of up to the discretion of the city personnel. Do I shut it off? So it's not something that would be automatic, that it hit a threshold and it cut off. It would be more of a notification and to give you the ability to shut it.
Very good. Any more questions? Mark?
I'll say, I think, I'm gonna save most of my questions for when we are talking more numbers later, but I think the biggest thing that comes to mind for me is just, I need the brief elevator pitch reason for why we're talking about replacing. I fully understand the talk about making plans for smart water meters that serve all our needs for all of the incoming development that we know is coming. That makes perfect sense to me. But, and this might just be a case of my own ignorance, because I don't hold all the details about our water meter services in my head at all times. But it was only a few years ago that we voted as a council to make pretty sweeping changes to our water meters and made the replacements with the census system to start with. And so I'm just curious, I need sort of a very concise answer for why we're taking on whatever this cost will be to replace those meters as well. And if I'm even understanding that correctly.
May I?
Would you like that answer now, Casey, or when we get into the numbers?
I think it's okay to hold on to that because we're gonna
Okay.
get into that more. I just want you to know that that's the biggest thing for me is I need to be able to connect this and make sense of it with my understanding of our history with the water meters. So let's hold on. to it.
Say so. You have some a lunch break to think it through and.
Well, actually, if I can, I want to, if you could allow me the brief elevator pitch response, since the folks are here, because they're not going to join us all day. They're going to be leaving here soon. That if I speak out of turn, you guys can correct me. The brief reason why is we currently have situations where meters currently that we have may falter, right? They may go down. If they do go down and we have to replace them anyways with one, why not replace them with one at that time? So it would be more of for your regular standard maintenance. Let's say, and I don't have them to count and I wasn't ready, but let's say it's 50 a year, whatever it may be. It may just be that number. It's just to have a small batch on standby in case of that occurring. If the plan is going to be replace them anyways, why not replace them with a newer one when that occurs? In anticipation that if some of them last less than the 15 years, some of them last more than the 20, whenever that replacement occurs, it's not a large burden at one time, as I'm assuming you had to potentially have done when you did this switch 4 years ago. So the intent would be to be prepared to, should some of them begin to all falter before they're considered end of life, and then have them on standby. So if none go down, we don't need to purchase any. We just have a small batch in case of, and also to help with development as it came, because we know we don't control how it comes, right? It have people turn their plats in. If I can just get kind of a nod of consensus, is that kind of pretty good, Ms. Lee? You guys.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I know we'll dig more into that when we're looking at numbers, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah.
And for the sake of Ms. Lee,
We
who's in
couldn't
the
hear you,
back,
Lee.
who can hear,
You gonna have
she
to-
was saying, and I was wrong in when I said, and thank you for clarifying, Ms. Lee, it's not maybe a faulty meter, but more of a damaged one.
Lee, could you let them know your position
Yes,
here?
I am Lee Barrera. I am the utility billing supervisor.
Okay, you were saying in the back.
I said that typically you don't have a faulty meter. It'd be more like if you had to replace it, if it was damaged, they ran over it or whatnot. Because usually we know in this business that if a meter is to be faulty, it will register less usage. It's not going to register higher usage. So that's when you replace it when it's damaged.
And as we discussed, the current meter has a 20-year accuracy guarantee. So, obviously, as long as it's not damaged, if it's like said, crushed or, something run over somebody hurt, damages it somehow, we can't warranty.
I have 2 follow-up questions that just popped in my head. What's the warranty on these?
These, because of the number of items in it, it's more like a 15-year warranty.
Okay, so 15-year warranty on those and service life is 20 years?
Should be somewhere in the 15 to 20-year range would be
Okay.
my guess.
And do you make a larger size to put on a larger main?
We, right now, the three, the 5/8, 3/4 is what we have. The 1-inch will be out in the next, I think they said October. So we'll have 1-inch meter, so it's really designed for residential primarily. 3/4, 5/8, 3/4 and a 1-inch. So we won't have one for, the larger 1.5, 2-inch yet. There are plans, but I'm just saying we will have the 1-inch soon.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, ma'am. Come on, Ms. Pennington. As always, name and address. You can choose to sit or stand. It's your choice.
Hi, my name's Jackie Pennington, 924 Cypress. My question is, do you actually have any cities where these are used on a large scale? And do you have data to back up if it's working for them or if it's not? I heard 2 cities here in Texas. So are they out of state? Are there other states using these or what? Okay, so can y'all?
No,
show
yeah,
me?
continue,
Okay.
continue, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm just kind of wondering where are some satisfied customers because our meters aren't that old. And it sounds to me, I mean, this is very brief,
Sure.
but it sounds to me like there's a whole lot of customer expense.
Mhm.
And what I heard in the president, not against you, but what I heard a lot was control, and it was not for the customer. I'm
Yeah.
a customer, so
Right.
I'm a little concerned about that.
Yes, ma'am. That
Thank you
makes
so
sense.
much.
Makes sense. You want to respond to that, sir? and Help understand?
A lot of our cities, as I mentioned, Jacksonville is one of the cities that did a full deployment. We've got a full deployment in Southern California for the city of Santa Ana. They're doing about 30,000 of these meters, 40,000 of these meters.
And also, we're not engaging a full deployment right now. If we were to do this, we're 11 to 15, 16 years from a full deployment.
Yeah.
So we're not engaging that. We're just saying any new development that comes now to use these meters, if it's available at a cost to whatever that new developer would pay for these, it would be at cost. The labor to install them, I understand to be the same, so it's not like it's anything different as far, we would not incur any additional cost on new development. On exchanging of a damaged development, then yes, that would occur, and it would not be an expense directly to the customer. If your meter's damaged, it's part of your plan, like there's built-in costs. There needs to be, and we'll discuss that later when we talk about water rates. There needs to be a rate within that rate, an amount that is set for general maintenance, as you would with anything, as we do with, it's basically insurance for your equipment. And that's how that is intended to be. So I hope that answers the question for everybody.
And real quick on the customer service side, the nice thing about these is not so much, the control is part of it, but part of it is being able to do it right now. Is, if customer calls and, to the gentleman over here's point, if something happened, then it could be turned off right away without having to roll a truck to do an activity and provide a service to the customer.
Right now, the way it works is it's the other way around. We have to wait for the customer to tell us, hey, I'm having a problem. I can't shut my water off, whatever the case is. Then we have to roll someone out. In this case, one, we could potentially save time and property damage and knowing sooner. And then two, I'm visualizing this. I'm not as technology advanced as others. With a touch of a button, say, shut that water off, shut that current one off to hopefully reduce that need be.
Yeah. And let's be clear. I just wanted to say, let's be clear. I think this is our administration's attempt to bring innovation, right? So this is just discussion. Here's an idea. Do you like it? Do you not like it? So that's all we're doing right now. So there's there's nothing more happening than that. So it's good that we get these questions out.
And to add on to that, Mayor, that is one point I was gonna make. It's, if we've got a meter already, we're not, unless it's damaged. I think the city manager wants to have a plan in place to use the best technology out there. But I will also interject one other item that perhaps is also helpful in this discussion. I've said from here that the state of Texas controls a lot of the activities of municipalities these days in our ordinances and what we can and cannot do, what we're required to do. And water is one of them, by the way. We are required to have a drought mitigation plan that is, I think we just recently submitted it, if I'm not mistaken. I was on the city manager about that one. We had a deadline for that. And in that drought mitigation plan, we have to show how we're saving money. I mean, not money, water, how we're saving water and using the best. Because that impacts, remember our 60% loss of our water in the old infrastructure? That impacts our ability to access state funds through the Water Improvement Board, which has off both grants and low interest loans in order to facilitate the repairs of the water infrastructure that we have in this city, the older. So there is a bit of a state requirement that we look at these things and that we present this information in order to qualify for further funding. So I just bring that out. And that is one of those requirements that the state is imposing upon municipalities. Be innovative.
And also to that point, the idea and intention is if there's better out there that we can provide at no cost additional to the consumer, to the from the property tax side in this sense, it's not going to cost more user-based rate because of that. And since it's going to be for any new development first, that's the idea, the intention to roll this out in. If the ability is there, if we have proven it, we backed it, we supported it through any actions taken, that we make that decision at that time.
Yeah.
The decision, it's the second phase decision is the other. And I go again on the fact that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we have the next freeze. Our other intention to this, similar to how we have an ISO rating that affects insurance rates for homes, do not be surprised for insurance companies to now say in this area that could be affected by a freeze, your insurance is going to go up now because of potential property damage because of a freeze. It's another peril that we have now privy to that maybe we weren't privy to before. Having said that, having these meters in place may alleviate that home insurance possibility. It's a never-changing thing for our region because we've never been prone to this. And when was the last freeze that occurred? How many years ago? It's not a common thing for a region, but I would not be surprised to see folks' insurance rates raise because of the possibility of a freeze peril that wasn't anticipated before. Higher risk, higher payment because of the payouts that folks may have to encounter. So that's where my intent would be to go toward FEMA funding or any other possible funding to mitigate that damage before it occurs for any additional expense so that it would not be a burden to our budget that way.
Very good. I think we are at a stopping point with this one. Census, thank you all for your presentation. Where do we want to go next? Do you want to go to lunch, say so? Or?
I'm okay with that. We could prepare for a budget. Are we at that time? Are we good on time for that? Or
Well, we are behind lunch schedule.
no, I'm just saying, are we prepared? So if we could at least start
Yeah,
and then come to a stopping point, I think for effectiveness, that would be great.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yes, please take your meat. Unless you want to leave one of those new ones. More than welcome to. We have two with our growing city. If you qualify for a couple more samples, that would be great. If I could take a moment to also acknowledge, thank you, Census. They've been great partners in this. We've met with them several times on this to hopefully vet it before it even came to you. We asked a lot of the same or tougher questions that you may have asked. So they've been very responsive in doing so. They're a current provider for the other meters. So we do work with them already. So this would be a increase in service that we would allow for our customers. In addition to that, I wanted to talk briefly about the customer portal. that we put forward, because that is something that I wanted to be on the record, which I don't know if it was properly done before, as to what the customer portal that we proposed through ARPA, what that could possibly do for our residents. Could you take just 2 minutes to explain the customer portal?
Sure. So the customer portal is, you have your census analytics, which is what your customer support uses now. And they can give that information over to the customers. That's how they provide their information. Whereas a customer portal gives the customer more control of the alerts that they can set up. So if they want to see what their daily consumption is, if they want to see what their billing cycle consumption is, they can set their thresholds there for that. And then that way they'll get their emails, text messages, based off their thresholds that they're setting within there. They can also set up where they can alert other individuals within the household, or if they want to alert somebody else, a relative that's outside the household. So that way, if they're out of town or something like that, and something does get triggered, they'll also get that message, and then they can go and check on the house and see what's going on. There's also an option to do a vacation alert, where they can also, it overrides all of the other alerts that they have set. So that way, if they want to see if they're using 1 gallon at the house, they can set that up and they'll get a text message or an email. The other thing is you can also send out notifications via the customer portal. So if you wanted to send out, hey, busted pipe in this area, or, low water pressure, whatnot, y'all can send that out via the customer portal. And you can also, if they're signed up for text messaging, you can send it out via text messaging and email that way too.
So to the question asked about customer control or benefits of the customer, that is separate from these new meters. That's an initiative that we were asked for by Mayor Pro Tem, if I'm not mistaken, following our day in the life that took place a couple of days after I started here. We asked about the actual customer portal, and that's something that we are looking to see. It does qualify as an ARPA expense, and if it is approved by folks who are completing the survey as such and brought to you as such, we can take that expense in that route, or it could be built into the rate, whichever decision you want. We're just being reactive to, in this case, responding to that actual request that we spoke about. Again, if the technology is there and we can put more power control in the customer's hands, this is a totally separate way of us doing so. So that's what I wanted to address, that separate from meters. That's a totally separate thing that we're working on, separate from this opportunity that's here now. And we'll talk about that more when we come to utility bill. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. If we could, if Rick is available, we'll start with the public works process until we're ready to.
Absolutely.
Until you guys give me that going so we can make some advances. Thank you again, please. Yes. Yeah, are you guys okay with switching out of order? Doing utility billing?
It's okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Thank you.
Come on, Lee.
Everybody, please, in your budget books, so we can talk about this. If everyone can flip to tab 21, those of you that have it.
What's up, Raven? Thank you. She knew what I
Let's
needed.
look at that.
What is it? Say so?
Tab 21. And we're gonna look at, we're starting on page 128. Okay, and I want to take a moment and just acknowledge the hard work of everybody that has gone on through this process. So yeah, tab 21. Tab 21. Maybe it's tab 21.
Yeah, 128 is before tab 21.
I'm sorry, then mine is wrong, and I apologize. So
Page
we're on page
128,
120.
and that would be behind big tab 2.
Yes. Okay, my apologies. May have been me that messed up.
Big tab
So-
2, Casey.
All right, so with this budget process, what we did is you're gonna see on every department, so we can just have a quick look at that. Mayor Pro Tem, we're on page 128 of the budget book, and yellow's tab might be.
Big tab 2.
For big tab 2. For those following at home or through YouTube, we're on page 128 right now. We're doing utility billing. We pulled utility billing forward. So during this budget process, similar to what's been done in previous years, we are looking at One, what is the org chart specific to that department? Should any changes need to be made? The next page will tell you a breakdown of exactly what each line item is. And then arguably more importantly, what I thought was a summary of what each department does, what their objectives are for the year, and what their accomplishments were for the previous year. We could start with that. So we're going to start on page 130, and then we can bounce back and forth through each department. If we can follow that process, unless we want to go in a different area, we can go first with what have we done? What do we do? What have we done? And what are we planning on doing for the next year? And then we go into the budget itself. We can do that. Everybody on page 130. Ms. Lee,
Yes.
take it away.
So basically, for the fiscal year, the last one, we did complete the AMI project. Can y'all hear me? Okay. And we did cash handling training for our staff, and which are still continue to do that. And then we digitized the majority of our processes within our department. And we are implementing collection process on holding outstanding balances.
Ms. Lee, for those in the public who may not know what the AMI project is, could you say what the completion of the AMI project is?
That would be the meter change out.
So the meter change out program that started 4 years ago was completed this year.
That would be like the meters that were hard to find.
Okay, so now we're at 100% completion with that meter change out.
We're almost, yes.
Okay. Any
So-
questions on accomplishments?
And then we also did complete our utility billing manual. And so now we're all have the same on the same page as what how we train.
Good for you.
So
So that's an accomplishment and not an objective.
oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Lee as it relates to her accomplishments or her department's accomplishments or their objectives?
Can you tell me, what do you think improvements were made to accomplish those things in last year?
So as far as like digitizing or just in general?
Just in general, well, both, if you could.
For digitizing, we had to go through like just scanning and archiving a lot of our paperwork.
Mhm.
And
So you upgraded, basically.
yes, so now we put a lot of our stuff on the server.
Okay.
Very
And-
good.
And just for clarification, you guys did complete the AMI projects or you're almost done?
Well, we have about 20 that we have not done. Those are the ones that we're getting help from. We need to get with Public Works. Prior to Public Works, we had tried to get with them, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to finish like about 20.
Okay.
And that's because you're trying to locate them?
Yes,
They're hard to
buried.
find.
Sometimes they're
Okay.
like buried, people put driveways over them,
Yeah.
sidewalks, whatever. Those are hard to find. There's about 20 of them.
20 out of how many accounts do we have?
7,000.
7,000. Okay, we're just trying to give reference to
Yeah.
the community. So they, okay.
Thank you.
I have two quick questions on that, follow up on the AMI. Is there some sort of, and Kathleen may know this, or the city manager, speaking of these situations where driveways or concrete is poured over, do we have a specific rule or regulation or ordinance that specifically speaks to that, or that says our water connections need to be open and accessible all the time? Does anybody have an answer to that?
I'm yielding to staff because in the absence of one, that may be a policy, but.
Yes, we do.
We do?
It's unlawful to conceal from view or inspection any water valve box, service, or meter box.
Okay, so that is that's a state law.
That's in Lamarck's code.
Oh, Lamarck's code. All right, all right, all right. That's to see. I'm just talking about, she indicated that we're putting concrete over. So it's good to know. It's a reminder, residents, don't mess with the water meter
And
connection.
don't put brush over them and don't
Yeah.
put your car over them, because in some instances, people do park over their water. meters.
All right. And then, I guess here's this, you do the money collections for the voluntary $2 that we pay on our water bill for the Keep Lamarck Beautiful and the Parks Board, and I thank you for that, for taking upon. that effort at providing, I guess, the financial reports that both the Parks Board and the Keep Lamar Beautiful receives, or is that finance that
That would be
provides?
the finance.
Okay.
We just collect the money in my department.
Those were the two things I wanted. Thank you.
And on that note, I know we've gotten a lot of questions from residents, not just from utility billing, but citywide, asking questions about our schedule and how we are. I know the decision was made well before I got here, but one of the things that we're looking through this budget process is how to accommodate the request from the residents. And right now, as it states right now, we haven't gone through the whole budget process, but there are no intended changes to the schedule unless the council sees differently once we get to those procedures. That was the only question that I know that I've gotten since being here. One, from some of you guys that asked the question, and also from residents who have asked that question, but we will get to that more when we get down citywide, when we do the citywide recap.
I just have one small note here, and I know it's gonna sound nitpicky, but I love these objectives in terms of like they all sound totally appropriate and great. But I would urge, and for all of the departmental objectives, that if it's an objective, rather than it say enhance this or improve this, that there is a very specific metric tied to it, so that when we look at this next year, when you say enhance departmental website, like what does that exactly mean? Or when it's enhanced collection on outstanding collection debt, like I would love to know what you guys see as a reasonable number to reach, so that we can have so that the council can look at that next year and say, like, what did y'all see as reasonable, and were you able to meet it? Why or why not? That's the only thing I would say, is just for any of those objectives, making specific metrics wherever is possible is really helpful for me.
If I may, to answer that, and I apologize for not leading with this, one of the tasks that's been given to each department is to identify what their KPIs would be, or their key performance indicators. So what you'll see in future years will be at the bottom of this page, whether through graphically shown or through some type of tab or table, will be data that's been collected that they can go back and compare to. So we're going back in time to collect some data right now to compare for future years, but in the absence of not having done so in the past, we're identifying what those key performance indicators, and that could be for any department, right? It could be for anybody in general as part of this process. It's not ready now, which is why it's not included here. In our short time together, I've discussed that with each department, and it's come up several times during our staff meetings. That is one of the measurements that we're going to do moving forward. So we're looking at a list of up to 143 citywide KPIs. Ms. Jennifer Earl, through our office, is serving as that custodian to help me put that together. And through every single department and department heads knowledge of each one of their departments, we're compiling what those things are. That will be a living document, and that will be a living portion of our budget book, because yesterday we may have not have known a certain thing to be a KPI, but maybe in the future it may be. Social media impact may not be a KPI 10 years ago, but obviously it is now. That's just to say one department in general. But those are the methods to do that, so we can quantify what has happened. So when we tell you we have X amount of meters and we have X amount of called out, when we're asking for an increase, for example, in the budget for this, and this, we're giving you a reason, a quantitative reason why we would need that. And then also to help support some decisions that you may make. Thank you for reminding me that. Ms. Susie obviously has a comment here.
Okay, to supplement to that, in addition to putting a whole year's of performance measurement indicator in the budget for everyone to review and look at the historical trends, we're also wanting to implement that through our monthly report to the citizens regarding how we're progressing throughout the year until the end of the year. And this is how the end result comes out for the full year. So you're also comparing full year versus year to date and year to date throughout the year as we go through the course of the year. So that gives you multiple layers of assessing how are we performing to serve our community as a whole. Okay, so that is already in the plan. This is just the beginning stage. Just want to shed some lights to everyone, so that way we can all get all excited when we see those numbers. And of course, if we improve, employees should get excited about, hey, this is how we improve. And they can strive to improve even more as we move towards that right direction.
Excellent point.
Hopefully that answer your question.
I think it does. I mean, I'm all in favor of there being, year to date, month to date comparisons. I just want to bring it back to this so that, like, for me specifically, like, seeing what the department identifies as what to utility billing, what to Lee, it means to say, we're going to improve the website. Because those are not things that obviously we would all have different comprehensions of what that means. So I love these. I see these as goals, not objectives, unless there's something specific set to it. And I love the idea that there will eventually be a table of these kinds of figures that we can compare. But before we even get there, it seems to me like it's not hard to attach to some of these things. Like, what does it mean when we say we're going to start collecting? How much money do you think we might collect? But thank you, everybody. Thank you.
And in addition to the just numbers, we also want to include analysis too for those who are not numbered people. Okay, what do these mean? Here is the story that we can tell behind the graphs. So, like I said, it's going to be multi-layers.
All right, you good, Casey? All right.
So on that note, if we can move, are we still?
Yeah, no,
we're good?
move.
We're good?
Yeah.
All right. So page 131, if we can, so we can quickly go through this.
Are you going to at some point go back to 129?
We will.
Okay.
We will at the end.
Cool.
Yeah. So it'll justify that. So we're gonna go back to 129 in a second, but
okay.
I mean, we can technically start there. You'll notice what the overall budget is.
Where we at 139 or 129?
Let's go to 129. Let's go to 129 if you don't mind. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
We want to look at what this states, what this means, and we'll explain what these differences are. Okay. We wanted to look at first how many new connects we have, number of active accounts as it continues to grow, and what we project to have as active accounts. So barring that all these connections are true, we can move on to the top, which is what's budget related, and notice that we are not proposing any new changes in staff from what is currently in place now. No new staff, no reduction, no additions. However, some of the proposed costs are going up, and we'll explain that when we get to now page 130.
31.
Okay. We can go to 131. Yes.
Before you move. Question. Under your FY 2021 and FY 2022, those figures are the same.
Yes. Yes, those figures are the same because we merely just copied because 2022 fiscal year is not ending yet. We just wanted that to be a placeholder. So it's only this is late July. So we have about 2 more months to go through. And then once that's done, by the time that we issue the finalized adopted budget document, it shall be the fiscal year 2022 full year number. Right now, it's just a placeholder because we merely just copy it over. So that way, this is the first year we have this information in the proposed budget. So like I said, it's very preliminary. It is a placeholder. It is not a true real number because we're not done with fiscal year 2022 yet.
Well, if you could do me the favor, I would like to know up to date. Okay.
Okay.
Up to date.
Okay. That's possible, Ms. Lee, if you guys could work on that.
And you want for all departments or just this department?
Well, if you did it with all departments that way.
Well, I mean,
yeah, it's all departments
depends
that
on what
way.
the method was. So in this case, utility billing has a factor in there that would be, so new connects and so forth. That may not be true for the library, for example. They could tell you certain things at that point. But to answer your question, yes, that's something that we could possibly provide. And we could probably do that here.
And I don't know, Susie, I don't think that we're talking about all departments. I think he's specifically talking about this consumption line item. He's talking about the consumption line item. only.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go to page 131. As you see this down the line, you'll see, and I tend to skip payroll when I do this because payroll often is not something that we control as much if the positions are the same. So this would be including any potential increases, any potential certifications or anything else. For the most part, unless we're cutting positions or adding positions, that for the most part, not that it's something that is controlled as such, but we'll come back to that in just a second. I want to start with first looking at the middle section, which is supplies through janitorial services. You'll notice we have made some significant cuts to the budget. Okay. If you notice last year, this section was approved for 84,200. We have cut that due to budget cuts that we expect by almost $50,000. And this will be a common theme as we go through a lot of these items. Our objective has been with this rollback, with our current situation with SB2, and with trying to keep employees. I will just take a moment here and paraphrase and say, our objective through this budget that we presented is we presented a 2% COLA for this draft for all of our staff at present time. So if you want to make note of that right now, any changes you would like to make, understand that right now, COLA for all staff, not just department, but just in general. And I want you to make note of that. It's very important. Secondly, things that we can control, all right, is what happens in that middle section and then obviously in the bottom section. If you'll notice those budgets as they read, and I don't have a highlighter, I apologize, but if you can, if you look at the cell that reads what budget, the column that says what was budgeted last year and compared to what we're proposing at this time, you'll notice the difference. So if you look at that line item, that subtotal, there is roughly a $50,000 reduction in that middle section. Then under contractual, the contractual services, you'll also notice that last year we budgeted 90,900 and proposing 85,700. We are proposing that we are going to be more efficient with our expenses in both of those categories this year. We were understanding that with the significance of our cuts and because of both rollback and SB2 combined, the pie is not getting any bigger. You'll hear me say that a lot through this process. However, I want to be cognizant that at the very bare minimum, we need to make sure that we're addressing our staff because our staff are being recruited going elsewhere. All right, we've had several people, we've had people from almost every single department that have been recruited to go elsewhere. And understanding our climate and the things that we need to do and we need to do more with less, I am humbled at the fact that so many employees have decided to stay. They're being offered more money elsewhere. Inflation across the board nationally is at, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that knows differently, right now, anywhere between 7% and 9%. Having said that, we're only offering a 2% because that's all we can afford with this proposed budget that you have in front of you. So not only for you, B, I'm sorry you're sitting through this portion I'm saying, but I wanted to make it a point to understand that. So in turn, what we've done is we've cut the other portions of the budget. And this is a theme you'll see across this entire budget. Okay, that's something that we're expressing through this entire budget book to compensate that because we know that there is not any more that we could proceed with. So having said that, are there any questions related to that at this time that we could answer?
Any questions, Council?
Yes, if you've cut your contractual obligations, how do you plan? What's your plan? Do you have a plan in place to cover that?
Yes, we do have a plan in place.
Okay.
Our plan in place is to bunker down, hold on tight, and do the best we can to make this a better working environment for our staff. That's on that side. On the other side, we knew we had to cut from somewhere. The cuts had to happen.
Right.
We're also facing a very tough CBA for both fire and police. That will need to be addressed as well through this process. And I can give you an update as to where we stand with that thus far when we get to those individual departments. Having said that, the biggest increase that you show here that is glaring as to what drives the number up, I'll take you to the 10-year life assets. That amount shown on there of the increase of the $571,000 is an amount that we intend to recover should you choose these new meters. Okay, whichever meters we go with, we need more of them to accommodate our new residents that will be, are built here soon, hopefully within the next year. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Kathleen, the number we're looking at right now that we've submitted plats for is roughly how many? Yes, ma'am. So what's that? Someone help me with math here, 240? 250? Okay. So 250 homes outright that we need meters, whichever one you choose to go with. Okay. We budgeted for the higher meters, assuming that you agree with that purchase so you can pass on to them. But these funds we intend to be recovered because they're going to pay for it. But we still needed to locate them and showcase them here.
Okay, and those new meters cost what? Seeing as we're in this section now.
Exactly. Ms. Lee, if you don't mind, can you show a comparison of new meters versus old meters? And again, the cost of the meters, technically, if they're $1,000, not that they are, they're not costing us $1,000. They're going to cost us $1,000 to pay, but we're going to get the cost back for that and the labor to put these in.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my paperwork.
And may I also note, while Ms. Lee takes a moment to search for this, the labor on them is not going to change, right? It's the same labor, same amount of work. The radio component for them for either meter, whichever we go with, is the same. It's the same radio for all. What's going to change is that base that you saw here earlier and the cost of that.
Okay.
Let me see if you don't have that right now. Don't feel rushed. We can answer that question if you don't mind.
Yeah.
That's
if
fine.
You can give me a second. I mean,
That's
that's
fine.
the cost for the ally meter is $420.67. And for the radio that would go with it is $154. Okay. It went up to about 156. I can give y'all the actual quote when I find it.
But is it safe to say it adds up roughly to that, to make up why we have that new $571,000 number?
Okay, so, and then also, Mr. Garcia, I think we put on there, if it's on there, I think we went ahead and budgeted for the iPearls just in case those didn't get approved. So that's what that
Well-
157,045 is.
What we would need to know is what that number would look like if we stayed with the current meters that we have,
Okay.
as opposed to the number with the new meters.
Yes, sir.
Because to Cesar's point, it won't be taxpayer money per se, but the taxpayer will have to pay, right?
May I, look at page 133, that may help answer this question. If you look at page 133, it shows your breakdown of those assets.
Mhm.
So if you look at the number where it says the ally meters are 309,190. Mind you, the cost for the meters, the 2-inch meters, that's the same. The cables for 12,000, that would be the same. The radios, that would be the same. If you want to circle either one, we're looking at the 309,190 versus the 157,045. So regardless of which one you decide on, whichever meter you want to go with, the final number that's there will be reflective of whichever meter you choose to go with. It'll either be 157,045 or 309,190 to accommodate for the new residents that we're gonna have.
Yeah. And so we would need to, again, if this won't come out of our general fund or enterprise fund in any way, but our residents will still be paying for these meters, correct?
The new, well, technically the developers would be
The
paying.
developers, and then they pass those costs on to the homeowners. Yeah.
Essentially for the additional cost.
So these are
$200, they'll probably raise the price of their home that they're selling.
Yeah, and so, right, so my point is, as we deliberate, council, these are new, they're still members of our community, they're new members, so we need to think about whether or not, and it may be a good idea, or it may not be, whether or not we want to add those costs to those new homeowners.
So, and I did finally find my paperwork. So for the 3/4-inch meter for the radio and the meter itself, it's $576.61.
And then what will be the cost
With
of the,
iPearl and the
regular one?
itself is $293.60. And I can break it down how much the meter is and how much the radio is too also.
So roughly half.
Okay.
Um,
And again.
I have a
this-
question.
Go ahead. Was that Casey?
Yeah, that's me.
Go ahead. Casey.
So, I am not clear on, well, let me say what I think I'm clear on first, and Cesar, you can, correct me. This $571 number, it includes both meter options that are on the table.
Yes,
So it is inflated, for lack of a better word, because you are accommodating for both, because we are going to eliminate one of those line items.
yes,
Okay, and then, so these numbers, the $157,000 number and the $309,000 number, what do those represent us buying? Exactly.
do you know the quantity of meters that is?
So I estimated it at, when I did the estimate, I allotted for the new houses. And I did a report to see how many meters to replace per year. And so I use an estimate 700 meters per year. And that's,
Okay, so that's for 700 meters for both of those options,
yes, ma'am.
which includes our anticipated new builds next year, and also what we can safely assume is the replacement of meters based on last year.
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
Okay,
And that's true with both options, Councilwoman
That's
McCullough.
correct.
okay, and it does not include like, well, no, I guess it does. When you talked earlier about your, Mr. Manager, about, Mr. Manager, sorry, the instinct to sort of begin the process of upgrading to the next generation. That is what is included here, because that would basically just mean anything that this money allotted for replacement ones, that's how that's beginning for the old models.
Technically, this, correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't put for replacement. These are more for replacing damaged meters.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. Yeah,
Right.
it wouldn't be for also having a stockpile to
No.
also start replacing. It is purely addressing
The
new
average
places
number,
that don't have a meter, and then ones that we can anticipate will get damaged and need to get replaced.
based on historical data right now, the percentage that
Right.
gets damaged, yeah, the 700 represents that number.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Would this also include, we've got new home construction outside of our planned developments. So you're also assuming that our new homes that are being constructed, like in our different lots around the city, would
That-
have the new meters as well.
I took that into consideration too.
That's-
So
that-
any new development.
Any new build.
Like, are you talking about like lots that are existing and
Yes.
people divide them? I took that into account also.
All right.
Hey, Lee, can you, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, because I don't think you were around long enough to be, but for all you people, if you help me understand. So in 2022, if I'm seeing correctly, we approved $100,000 for 10-year life assets. So that would have been where funds for replacement of meters and anticipating new build needs would have been, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question. So.
Sorry, yeah, that was kind of all over the place. So what I'm trying to do is figure out that even if so obviously this $571,000 number that's under the city manager's proposed budget for 10-year life assets is larger than it's going to end up being, even if we go with the more expensive choice of ally meters, right? Because right now it includes both of them. But what I'm trying to figure out is why in 2022, if I'm seeing this correctly, we approved $100,000 for 10-year life assets. And I'm trying to understand why we would have been so much lower, because surely we approved replacement meters then as well. Does anyone have a good answer for that?
I mean,
May I speak?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, we also have another Fund 03 to capture some of the costs. However, the balance in Fund 03, which is really for meter replacement, restricted for just meter replacements, that one does not have $500,000 in it. That one only has roughly a little bit, I think around 200,000.
So is that where last year we would have?
Yes.
That's why that
We're hoping to
$100,000 budget
that
does
fund
not reflect
supplement.
replacements. Got it.
That's correct.
Okay, and then why this year are we putting it all into this budget? Is it primarily just because like what you just said, there's not enough money in that budget to cover all of the proposed replacements?
Right, depending on how much we're gonna need that fund this year, between now and to September 30th, we may run out, I don't know. If we don't run out, in reality, we're still gonna use that fund to fund for meter replacement. If we do run out, we're gonna need utility fund to fund it.
Cool. Thank you, everybody. Those are my questions answered.
Michael?
Question I have, you talked about not having a stockpile. Do we have a stockpile of our current ones?
We have 3 boxes of our iPhone meters.
Okay, and how much is in a box? Is it 1 per box?
8 boxes. I'm sorry, excuse me, 8 meters per box.
8 per box, and you said we have 3?
We have 3 of them.
3 of them, so that's 24.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hey, my math is working.
Now, the only thing we are lacking, I think they did mention, was the radios, or that's the ones that we're having the biggest trouble getting right.
Okay, and where are you currently using the iPearls?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And those are the 3/4 inch meters.
So, council, I guess what we should do. Yeah, of course,
Just to clarify, Mr. City Manager. So we have 2 line categories here. One is says request FY 2023. And I'm assuming that's what your department persons submitted. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And then you reviewed that information. And then that's our last line, city manager proposed.
Yeah,
So,
that's myself once we went through the process with the department head and or Susie, we all would get together and go through those items out.
So you concurred with the department request with regard to the meters as to the numbers
For the proposed, yes.
for the proposed. Okay,
Where you see a difference, I either may have added or deleted based on that dialogue that took place. But in form of comparison, we wanted to keep that column there for everyone to see what the process was in that case.
I actually do have 2 more questions.
Sure.
Thank you. So, one is about this really large difference, Cesar, in your envelope mailing line item. I just want to know how that works. Like, how are we going to avoid sending as much mail? Is it all just going to be notifications, more notifications are sent virtually? And what are the potential ramifications of this change?
Great question. If I could ask everybody to go to page 131 to address that. What we did is we looked at what the actual total was in FY 2021.
Mm-hmm.
We looked at what was budgeted, which in this case for that line item was 52,000. Then we looked at what the estimate was, where we estimated currently right now where we think or estimate that we will end, right?
Okay.
With a $15,000 use. Since we're incurring that $15,000, the team thought that we would be at 54,000 next year, but due to budget cuts, I thought here to leave it at 15,000 because that's where we're estimating we were at this year. That's surely a budgetary decision based off of estimates and then any other methods that we think we could communicate.
Yeah.
In addition to that, if I may, assuming that the opportunity to go to this customer portal exists, we hope to be able to use more electronic forms of communication, whether it be phone, text, or email, to communicate with the folks in an effort to have some future cost savings.
Lee, I would love to hear from you about where, because it is interesting to see, like Cesar said, we budgeted 52,000 last year, but it ended up being like, as of now, we're $15,000. You project that's what's going to be. But again, you guys requested a little more than 52,000. And I'm just curious to know, like, why, what facts led you guys to that? Why do you anticipate that you would need that?
That would cover the cost of us mailing the bills, the delinquent notices, and then also allotting for the rate change in the rate increases on the postage itself. We also did a lot of inserts before, which we had stepped away from that. It's when COVID hit, we didn't hit a lot of those. But yeah, that's why that's a little bit higher, just basically preparing for that again.
And you guys felt like, is it safe to say that maybe you saw like, that maybe so it looks like in 2021, the actual was, more than $15,000, but not 54, but it was, and you guys probably thought last year, or at least the staff probably thought last year, we're going to be getting even back, even more based on our history, but we didn't quite do it this year. And so is it thinking like, well, post-COVID things are still slowly getting back to normal. We're probably going to have even more this year. So we're just going to basically keep it the same projected as last year. Is that okay?
More for the postage increase that was, I think it started this month. I'm not mistaken.
Okay, cool. All right. Thank you so much.
So let me, Casey, were you done? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to piggyback off this question. I think you said you had another one, but so Lee, did you just say this to this council? That $54,000 is the estimate that you have come up with in that line item, the envelope mailing line item. That estimate, all that does is make sure that people have their water bills
Their water bills, yes.
and their delinquent bills.
That is the mailing of the bills, yes.
Right. So I guess my point is, so we're cutting this line item, which I say, so I know why you're doing it. It has nothing to do with say so. But my point to our community is now we're cutting even our ability to mail to people what their water bills are. So we've gotten to that point as a community. Okay.
And basically, our intent here is to be more aggressive in our marketing of moving towards electronic forms of communication in an effort to save paper, toner, postage, envelopes, and what have you. So that's our method of accommodating to the times, if you will. And hopefully also in return for a cost savings to the resident, encourage them to slowly begin to migrate to more of an electronic form of payment or what have you.
And there are over 2,500, I assume, just if memory serves me correctly, 2,500 seniors in our community. Most of our seniors don't know how to navigate the electronic world. And that's not even considering those people that aren't seniors, that just don't have an affinity for those types of platforms and for that type of technology. And so again, do you believe that we are putting our operation in some sort of jeopardy by cutting this line item this way?
My professional opinion, I would believe so, because a lot of people do depend on receiving their bill via mail.
Yeah.
More so than the electronic.
Yeah.
Like you said, not everybody is tech savvy, the elderly, whatnot. Yes.
And so our seniors are, so the primary reason for us making this drastic cut in this line item is because of fiscal resources. We just don't have enough of them. There's no other reason to cut this as drastically, even if we were moving to a more technological response to our community. It still would not have called for us to cut this line item this severely, this budget cycle. This is primarily a lack of fiscal resources. Okay, thank you.
That's my belief.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Casey, jump back in. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, this is another question for Lee, because I'm thinking about this new meter system, and I'm really just gonna make sure I'm understanding everything that it might bring and what, with everything just Mayor just said and how, and what Cesar has worked so hard to bring us a balanced budget with our new financial fences. We'll put it that way. The iPearls. When I was on council, I approved those, we've approved many expenditures for them. What I have understood is that we already had, through the iPearl system, the ability to see before a resident has to tell us that they have a leak, we can see that there's a leak, because we can track the water usage that's going out. Like, we can see there's a leak, basically. Is that incorrect?
We can see it in-house, but the customer cannot.
Right. Okay.
A customer that calls in concerned about their water usage, yes, we can pull up the charts and email it to them.
Right. So, so the reason I'm asking is because I know Cesar mentioned earlier that like one of the benefits of the Ally system would be that, you know, it's not customer driven, the reporting, right? Which I definitely see as very necessary, but it did surprise me because I thought we already had that. I thought that we were already able from the in-house point of view to track and go like, ooh, that's massive usage that's happening over there. That's a big spike than normal. Let's go check it out. That's probably a leak. And so I thought that once we had finished the AIM system, all the installations, that would mean all the meters that have that are essentially on this grid that we can see without someone reporting to us. Do I have the wrong end of the stick, or is there something about the Ally system that is fundamentally different on that aspect?
You want to answer that?
So like I said, the customer cannot see it as of yet. We can, once we do our billing, our exception listings will show us the higher usage, and we do typically send a door hanger out to the customer and let them know that they do have higher usage. So yes, that is a possibility.
So also to that, I guess, Councilwoman McCullough, if I can try to reframe your question, with the current meters we have now, we could see if there's an irregularity by going there to check their irregularity. Versus with the new ones, it'll alert us if there's an irregularity. Does that answer your question, or does that reframe and answer your question?
I mean, I don't know. I think the problem is that maybe I don't fully understand. I don't understand what the capacity is clearly now, because what I thought existed for us already was that Lee and her team, they're doing their busy bee stuff. They're looking at, you know, they're looking at rates and usage, and they can see through standard checking, like if they are made aware that usage is abnormal somewhere. And then that means, okay, we need to check that out. And okay, we need to notify the resident. And is that currently what happens?
So yes, we can see their daily, hourly and daily usage and monthly usage. So yes, we do have access to that.
Okay. And so what I'm not understanding is what's better about the new system.
What's better about the new or the Ally meter they were showing is basically we can turn it on and off remotely. That's the difference.
That's the major difference of it.
We still have the same, what am I trying to say? We still have the same, it works the same in other words. So basically you still can look at the usage for both meters. The only difference is that for the Ally, you can control it in-house.
I see. And so the idea that like, I was starting to think that like this new system pops up, you know, like sends you an alert that's like, danger, danger, you know, 4101 Main Street's going nuts. But it's still the same system of, you know, staff, it's human power that has to be looking at usage and identify that there's an abnormality.
Unless an alarm is set.
Unless an alarm is set by, like, that would go back to the portal.
Right. So if an alarm is set, is that new technology? Is that a current bell and whistle of this new meter that our current ones don't have?
Well, I would assume they would be both tied into the portal that they can go and set their notification. So I can get, like, for instance, I would be able to go and set my threshold if I go over 1,000 gallons an hour, it will notify. So both meters should be able to tell you that on the portal.
But so that's an alarm set by the user. Is that what I'm understanding?
That would be an alarm set by the user.
I see. So there's still not with the, I don't mean to be pedantic. I'm just really struggling here with like,
sure,
what is exactly different. So we don't, with this new allied system, it would not mean that utility staff has a new form of notification to staff that like there's an abnormality at this residence. It is the same system you currently use, wherein it is, unless a user has set their own alarm about usage, y'all would only find out about those abnormalities through your routine checks and looking at usage. Yes.
I'd like to clarify that, Casey, because my notes don't indicate that. Let's, this issue of water usage and notifications, and Lee, you and I went through this with our friends over at Saltgrass. Okay. When a user on the system gets a bill and they see that it is exceptionally high, for most people, for everybody right now, actually, that's the first instance where I have an alert that I've got a bill that's the exception here. And at that point, Lee, most people contact you and our water department and say, hey, my bill is normally $50. I have a bill for $100. This is not right. And Lee, at that point, has the ability to go into our software, and because I've seen this, right? And they'll pull out day and time, but with specificity. Actually, I see that your highest water usage was at midnight on this, and that happened. That's an actual case at midnight. So apparently, maybe somebody was stealing water at some point, and somehow at a connection. So, but other than that bill, and if I'm not, some people have an automatic bill, and this happened in this instance. The HOA automatically paid the bill until the board became aware of the higher usage 3 months later. And so under our present system, that is our alert. It's you get a bill. Under what I understood in the presentation earlier, we have with this new proposed system, there is a pressure alert that automatically is part of the system. And that pressure alert is, as it was described, and I specifically asked the gentleman, do we have to have a person now in front monitoring? He says, no, you set the alerts and you will get that information there. And so then we're proactive and say, we can say to you, Lee, call me up. By the way, Joe Compion, just to notice that your water pressure has increased or stuff like that, right? The usage, and you let me know. Am I wrong? This is what I heard. Go ahead, Rick. Yes.
Public Works Director. So
Yes, sir.
let me try to help everybody out here. The current water meters that we have in system have the capabilities of the same thing as the Ally meters. When Lee looks into the portal, she's able to see water usage on an hourly basis. What we don't have right now is the customer portal into that, which is what was discussed.
Exactly.
So that customer portal can get set up for the existing meters or for the new generation meters. That would allow the customers to get an alert if they set the alarms and if they sign up for that system. So they have to do both things. They have to sign up for the Water Smart system. That's part of that. The pressure doesn't really have anything to do with it. So they're not going to the pressure is going to come to us. In fact, that's something that operations is interested in because we can see pressure in the system off these meters. Right now, we have no idea what we have on our system pressure. No idea. So we're working on that on the tanks. That's a bigger story as far as us having SCADA. But for the sake of the meters, the advantage of the Ally meters is, number one, the ability to shut off that meter, put it in a trickle mode if somebody doesn't pay their bill. So you cut their water usage down. It kind of forces them to pay the bill. Right now, if they don't pay the bill, we just go out and turn the meter off. So the other option is you can put it in this trickle mode. So it's kind of like a warning. So that's kind of a neat little feature. It also allows Lee to shut the meter off from the office. As Mr. Garcia said, we don't have to send a staff member out there to shut a meter off or turn a meter back on. In an emergency situation like Uri, which may not hopefully happen again very often, we could shut meters off throughout town. I mean, that was a big issue when the freeze came. Everybody's water pipes were breaking. People may have been out of town. Can you shut my water off? Can you shut my water off?
with the new generation meters, you could do that, getting all these in and getting that where it's really feasible throughout the city is a very long-term process. Because like you said, we're not planning on putting these meters in to where we only have a meter that's only 4 or 5 years old. I mean, so all I think we're bringing up is if there's a consensus to move forward with this type of meter, which is new technology, the best place to do it would be in new construction, new subdivisions.
And if I could add to that, I'd like to add a personal note to this, having been in Galveston when the freeze occurred. And I'll tell you only from the division that I was responsible for at that time. It became half of our division had to do nothing but go around and check all of our meters and shut them off manually. That was just for our division.
We couldn't shut them off fast enough up in Dallas.
So what ends up happening in that case is your property damage is inevitable, right? And the other thing about it is when there's a hurricane coming, right? And a declaration is made, we usually know 48 hours in advance, right? Like when the actual declaration is made. Right now, if we had just an estimate of time, if we had to go physically go out there and shut every single one of our meters off, how long would that take? And manpower. And mind you, a lot of that would not be feasible within the time frame to get reimbursed for through FEMA should a declaration be made. Because in a freeze, typically they're going to give you 48 hours at the most if one is understood. But when you occurred, again, unprepared, right? No one expected that to happen. That is the biggest tool to this. In addition to that, I ask you to consider the on-call volume that we have on a regular basis when we have to have somebody on call to go turn on a meter after hours, right? If something occurs. In this case, it allows us the ability to do so immediately, remotely, a feature that's available to us as a possibility for property damage and so forth, I think is the biggest component of this entire process. You add the other side of it, which is the customer portal, totally separate from the new meters. That's a different issue altogether. And I think one that we should consider separate from what we're doing.
You would need, because that feature is available, like you say, for either process. I mean, they're smart meters. That's why she's able to see how much water you use at 2 o'clock in the morning. We didn't used to be able to do that with meters. Now we can. That's the whole point of smart meters, because that technology is there. We just don't have that customer portal.
And we didn't talk enough about water loss. Since you're up here, we can talk about water loss. From your understanding, how could these new meters potentially help us address water loss? Is there an effect at all?
Well, we got you out there. So one of the issues could help us is if we have a water leak in an area, we've got leaks out there that we don't know about, right? So right now we got 12 on the books, right? Probably have 30. We don't know where the other 18 are at. We find water losses by water bubbling up in the ground somewhere. The other way you can find it sometimes by pressure. We don't know pressure. So we see low pressure from meters, 1, 2, 3 meters, or all the meters in a certain block. It kind of gives us an idea that we might have a leak out there.
So
it gives us a ballpark where we can see those pressure drops in those areas, and we know something's happening. We don't know where the leak's at, but why is that pressure at 47 PSI or 45 PSI and the rest of the town at 54?
Yeah.
Where's that 7 PSI?
And to that extent, so we talk about control, right? We talk about that and the essence of water loss, which has been a very big situation for the city throughout. Having this technology in place, since it's available to us, right? It is tangibly available to enforce. If we did go through the next 11 to 16 years of replacing these meters as they come about, right? As we get to that point, it would allow us the ability to better facilitate where the leaks may be coming from. Because we can gauge the pressure and say, okay, well, all of a sudden alarms going off here, here, and here. There's a correlation to that. Is it on our side or is it on the residential side? Totally different story, because we can gauge that as to how it's occurring. But there we can see, it foreseeably, the idea would be that we'd be able to do so better then.
Yeah,
I would have to clarify, just so we don't mislead you, that if the intention is, which it is, to put these newer meters in new subdivisions, that's not where our leaks are at.
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we do install meters in infill lots, which we're doing a fair amount of, that are in the older sections of town, then those infill meters, if they're these new generation meters, could help us with leak, but I just wouldn't want to mislead you.
No,
Yeah.
and
Great, putting them in a new subdivision. it's on
And
your
yeah,
mind.
and ladies and gentlemen, we have talked about meters for about an hour and a half. At least in my mind, that's what it's been.
See why I want to leave this till later?
Yeah, well, we would have fell asleep after lunch. But Casey, I see you. Are you wanting to go to lunch? Cause I am. Or are you wanting to
No,
talk?
I think we should go to lunch, and I wanted to thank Rick for coming up and giving a little more, fleshing some of that stuff out for me, because I think everything he brought up is really important, and I really appreciate Lee and Cesar for answering the questions. I'm ready to take a break.
Yeah.
For the sake of time, would any more questions be needed from Ms. Lee after lunch? Or are we ready to move?
Let's do this. We're gonna break for lunch. If you have any individual questions for Ms. Lee, you can, well, let me not say what Ms. Lee's time's about. Will you be here to
I
speak?
can be here if y'all need me to.
Okay. Okay, we could do that. We could do that. Let's do that. Let's take a break, council. We have enough to kind of start thinking about this part of our budget, and we will reconvene because we're time crunched at 2:40. It's 1:40 roughly now. We'll reconvene at 2:40 after lunch break. We are back in our budget workshop. During our lunch break, we had some administrative tasks that our staff had to take care of. Certainly, they are working with us and their regular jobs all simultaneously these next 2 weeks. Nevertheless, we're back and I believe we're ready. Mr. Garcia,
Yes, sir, we are, Mayor.
proceed.
All right, guys. So before we start, we wanted to find out, do we have any questions specific to utility billing? Mr. Osteen? And Ms. Lee, if you don't mind approaching, please.
James Osteen, 2012, Giordano. Yeah. One of my questions on page 128 on this,
128?
yeah, on this chart. I count 6 people on the chart, 4, 5, 6. But in the page 129, it shows 8 employees. Did they mean for the meter reader to be here too? The 2 meter readers on this chart?
The meter readers were transferred back to my department.
They were what now?
They're transferred back to my department.
So do they come out of here?
They will be coming out of. They're right here,
They'll be coming out of
right there.
utility billing?
Yes, so we have one, that's me. And then 1 billing analyst and 4 customer service representatives and 2 meter readers.
Okay, the 2 that you have in here that's coming out, is that still in this personnel
That's,
pay rate?
I would assume so, yes.
So y'all hadn't taken that out yet?
That should be accounted for in there, but that would be
But
more of a finance question.
What we're saying basically is we need to add them to the org chart on page 128.
Yeah. So to get this page updated, the numbers will be have to be adjusted, right?
Correct. We will make sure that every org chart matches every staffing chart.
Okay, so y'all be making that change.
Yes, sir.
All right, now then. Let's go to page, oh, yeah, well, I've got you here. It's down here on page 128. What's the significance of this being on this page?
That was one, that was last year, our part-time position was converted to. a full-time.
For
It
2022,
was last, this fiscal year.
Which page are we talking about?
He's at the bottom of the organization.
128. I need to know what, it says a new proposed position.
That was from my,
Yeah, so is this just a copy from last year? Could that even be on there?
no, we probably would need to take that out and then add the 2 meter readers.
If we could, let's go to page 131. Now, usually, what we done is, when I was on council, and Mayor can attest this, when we looked at this budget, we always looked at the previous year's budget, kind of based our budget on it. It kind of gave us a trend. And that's where I want to start on payroll at the top
Where you at, James?
on page 131.
131.
The budget for 2022 was 280,673. And now the estimate for 2022 is going to be 303,957. So what's that telling me is that we're over budget $20,000 on payroll. Okay. And I go down here to extra help and I see that we're over 22,000. Okay. One of my questions is how'd the city make up that 22,000? And that, how'd y'all make that up?
Let's do this. Lee, if you have knowledge, do you know the that difference between first, what Councilman is saying, the 280 versus the 303? See that top line? Do you know what happened in that increase?
Yeah, you show overtime. See, you're 19,000 on overtime also. See, you budgeted 3,000, but you went.
That's
extra help.
extra help.
Okay.
That is when we had to have temps work for us, when we didn't have positions. filled.
Okay, so why would, if you didn't have positions filled, but you budgeted for it, why would that increase the cost?
Because you have to budget, you have to pay for the.
Yeah, the temp rate is higher than, like, if we were to pay them $10 an hour, the temp agency charges us $12 an hour because they have to then recoup, they have to make money as well.
Okay, but is it that big of a difference? Like, say you were working for the city
Right,
and you didn't work, you quit.
right,
So they had to get a temp to take your place.
right,
Your salary's still in there to pay that temp.
right. It's just the overage.
$2 overage?
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you what it is. Is it
It's
that amount?
actually, and only because I have some knowledge on this, most staffing agencies charge significantly more.
Yeah,
I mean, usually as high as almost 50% more.
Okay.
So somebody that would have normally paid $15 an hour, you may get charged $22 to $25 an hour for that same person.
I can live with that. Now, you didn't budget nothing for extra help for 2023.
Budget cuts,
So you don't think you don't need any,
budget cuts,
huh?
budget
budget
cut.
cuts.
Budget cuts? Okay.
Can I chime in here? I'll help.
Now, let me finish. So I don't.
Let me answer your question. Okay,
No,
when we started, we had temporaries in January. We had temporary help. Okay, I've been here since November from Rick Silent, Public Works Director. So I can clear this up for you.
Okay.
We had temporary help. One of my directions was to get rid of temporary help. We did that. We opened up those positions for meter readers to full-time positions. Those positions went full-time back in March or April. So from March or April, they were full-time positions being paid underneath the budget that didn't originally allocate them because they were allocated underneath temporary help. We have no intention of hiring temporary help. Okay.
All right. Very good then.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's go back to regular payroll now. The budget was 280,673. And you're proposing 355,850. That's a $75,000 increase in wages.
Is that because you are now having the 2 meter readers come in under your?
Didn't check with finance director, but yes, at one point, the meter techs were under public works and they were transferred back to you.
So let me ask, so Susie, can you hear me? Is that increase that James talking about from 303 to 355?
No,
Is that those?
280s.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, James, from 280 to 355. Is that those 2 meter readers that y'all grabbed and put back under Lee?
Right, that's correct, because in past years, the 2 meter readers were under Department 22, funded by Department 22. And finally, this year, under Chief Aragon's leadership, Mr. Rick Saylor and Lee and I decided, okay, well, let's go ahead and fund it out of Utility 21. And that's why the budget is reflective of that.
Okay, Susie, it shows on page 129 that y'all had the meter readers already in your 2022 budget.
Well, we were under the supervisory of the utility billing supervisor, but it was always funded in Utility 22. That was something Carol in the past wanted, which was very confusing. We tried to clean it up, and finally we had a public works director on board, permanent. And so under leadership of Chief Aragon, while he was interim, we met and we decided, okay, let's have both supervised under Utility Billing 21 and funded under Utility Billing 21 instead of half and half. Make sense? Because it was always very confusing.
It's hard for a citizen to look at this budget and understand how y'all juggle things around. I can only go by these numbers I'm looking at and the dates. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, on one page, I see you got 8 employees in 2022. I see you budgeted 280,000 in 2022. And I see you going up to 355 and you're telling me it was, you know, we had 2 here and we put them in another fund and another fund, we put them there and we had to straighten it out. That doesn't help the citizen looking at this budget.
And that's why we're trying to clean it up, because in the past with Carol, I think it started out from Les Rombard. The intent was, okay, well, you have the 2 meter readers that they can kind of cross-train one another with the maintenance technicians back then, because they had shortage of staff. So when the 2 meter readers were not busy doing meter readings, then Public Works can utilize them for maintenance technicians' jobs and back each other up. So that was a share thing. So they one time had the meter readers reported to supervisor on public works side and funded out of there. Then later, we changed utility billing supervisor, and the new supervisor, not Lee, but her predecessor, felt that, okay, we need supervisory access to the meter readers, especially before billing. So we already started the fiscal year funding out of utility 22. And that's why, okay, you need it, we'll just switch it, the supervisory level, back to utility billing, where they report to the utility billing supervisor, but still continue to fund out of 22. That was still Carol's time. Okay. And because that was very, very confusing. Even when you say who they're reporting to, the meter readers themselves were confused. Who do they report to when they're calling in sick and so forth? So finally, when Mr. Saylor came on board and interim city manager was in place, Mr. Aragon, then me, Lee, and Mr. Saylor got together and kind of fine-tune the job descriptions of the meter readers, so that way it wouldn't be so confusing internally and financially. That's where we arrived with this. But because it was already in the middle of the fiscal year, we didn't want to make those kind of changes in the middle of fiscal year. So that's why the new fiscal year, which is 2023, we are just going to have supervised and funded out of one department, meter readers. Because even us, we were confused too. So who do they report to? 2 supervisors in 2 separate departments? I mean, I can understand that. This is why we're trying to clean it up. Now, you want it to stay consistent with past years, that's fine too. We can continue with with that confusion. At least we're consistent.
Okay.
Either way, I'm okay. It doesn't matter to me. It's still utility fund.
All right, another question, you have to help me with this. In 2022.
Which page?
Same page, 131. In 2022, $746 was budgeted for workers' comp. And it's estimated to be 1941. Okay, and now it's going to be 4,006. For what, 6 employees, I'm understanding now?
Technically 8. And I can attest to that, and you'll see that presentation. A lot of our rates will go up. Also, the workers' comp rate for a meter reader who is outdoors doing physical labor, their rate is classified differently than one of someone working in an office. So that would incur the rate there. That would justify that vast difference.
So that's a $3,000 rate increase for the same amount of people, so to speak.
Well, technically, if you
said
notice, it's not technically a $3,000 increase. If you look at what the estimate was, as our finance director was stating, if you see what the estimate is at 1941, technically after the change was made, and I can't speak to it because I wasn't here, but I can speak to the fact that I concur with the change the way it was made. It really was more of 19,041. So let's summarize that to 2,000. So if you want to argue that 2,000, it's 2,000 versus 4,000, and the reason for that is that's the rate of when their change occurred. So if they changed mid-year, well, they're going to cost less. In this case, they're going to cost more because we intend for them to be in that department for the entire year. That's why, to hopefully answer the question in 2 ways. That's why the current estimate amount is higher than the budgeted. And that's why it's higher now because they spent half of the year when they weren't expected to spend any part of that year in there. And it's also higher next year because the intention is that they'll be there the full year versus half the year.
Okay. I just go to the last item, and I'm like some of the councilmen and councilwomen and the mayor on this envelope mailing. You know, that's how you collect your income on your water bills. And in 2021, it was the actual was 37,331 in billing that you had to bill out. That's actual. That's how I take that. And now in 2022, council said the budget 52,000. that's probably reasonable with the development going on, all that, that's probably a good number. And then you drop down to 15,000 in 2022. I'm assuming that's all you predicting to spend instead of 15,000. Staff recommended 54,000. And I agree with you, that's a little high because they only spent 15, but 15 is not enough. And what I don't like to see in a budget is you're running out of money. Then you got to try to find it somewhere else. Yeah, I think that's being too conservative, in my opinion. Because you don't want to have to go back and look for money in another department, because then that's gonna make them run low.
Certainly. And at this point, I don't think there's any argument there as to what it should be. I wholeheartedly concur. Susie and I had the very tough task, along with all the department heads, to balance this budget that we're proposing today. And this was unfortunately one of the sacrifices that had to be made. So having said that, I could not agree with you more, but in the absence of having, we needed to cut from somewhere.
Okay, well,
so I'm sure the council will take that in consideration. Just understand that if to do so, we need to cut elsewhere, which we've already proven that we're at bare bones and can't cut anywhere, or increase revenue in some way, shape, or form.
when you get in a bind that we're in right now over this tax recall, I mean, well, I guess it's tax recall, what do you want to call it?
Rollback.
I don't have to tell you what your biggest expense in a city or business is, do I?
No,
It's employees.
Absolutely.
And me and the mayor had to make some rough cuts over the years, and that's where we had to cut employees. Yeah, you know, y'all really need to look at that. You know, I feel sorry for people that have to lose their jobs, but I feel sorry for the citizens out there that's got to pay the bill, that's losing their jobs too. But, you know, I haven't had time to really look this thing over, but I didn't see no employee cuts here yet.
In that department, no.
Yeah.
And all we're trying to do with the increased demands and the increased volume and the increased amount of meters that are being serviced and the increase everywhere else, to ask for people to do more amongst less is already such a large demand. To be very honest with you, Mr. Osteen, we've already incurred for the fact that we're going to lose people whether we want to or not.
Okay.
However, one thing that I vowed to make sure that I looked out for our employees as much as possible, even though we did have to make some significant cuts, was to not do it anywhere where we would hopefully not have to lose a single staff member.
Okay.
And that's the direction that I received. If there was a possibility to not try to have anybody lose their job, that was the focus for this budget. And that's the direction that we took.
Okay.
So
And let's be clear. Hold on, man, James. Let's be clear. I believe the council gave say-so that direction because losing employees would lower services, right? So let's be clear. It's not for the sake of, oh, we have employees, it'll be a horrible thing for them to lose their job, which it would. But that message from the council came so that we can try to keep our service levels as high as possible. And I just want to make that clarifying point.
Okay.
certainly. And then,
But you got other alternatives. You say something about you're looking at a 2% raise.
yes, sir.
Okay. Why not hold off a year on a 2% raise and keep them employees?
Mr. Osteen, I think you're absolutely right. And that's an option that we will certainly look at. However, I can tell you right now, if we don't do something, we're not going to have a problem with our budget. We're going to have a problem with our service delivery. So one thing that also I've heard from the residential side is do whatever you can to not drop service. So I'm listening and I'm taking that in.
Yeah.
Everybody wants more service. Council's less funds, and council has said, please do everything you can to not lose any. While our crime rate increases, our call volumes increase, now we have more meters to service and we have many more cases that court listens to, and so on and so forth. So we're already doing more with less.
Okay, you know what you need to tell a citizen when they call and say, hey, you cut my services? You should have got out and voted. That's what you need to tell them.
Mr. Osteen, as much as in my heart of hearts, I like to say that if I'm not wearing this hat and not sitting in this seat, you know very well that I'm not going to do that while I sit in this chair.
Well,
I could think it, right?
Y'all made it clear, no misunderstandings to the public, what's going to happen. You're going to lose services, you're going to lose employees. Y'all made that clear.
Yeah.
They gave y'all the green light.
Mr. Osteen, I respect that, and I will tell you, I agree with you wholeheartedly. However, I'll tell you this, and not to put any of our employees out there, okay? But when that person loses their job, it's not just them losing their job. It's their husbands or their wives, it's their kids, it's their siblings, and whoever else has to do that.
Right.
So if there's anything I can do while I sit in this chair to prevent that from happening, including cutting my own salary, trust and believe that I'll do that first. Now that's me.
Yeah.
However, the direction that I have and what I'm listening and taking in is the public is saying more services, better services, more. They're demanding more just by the sheer need, right? Everything else out there is going up in price, right? But at the same token, I've got to look out for everything else. So I hear you, and listen, it'd be easy if it were robots. I'd be like, all right, well, you know, another robot could take it up. Work longer hours. You don't have to worry about it. But this is flesh and blood that I wholeheartedly care about.
Well, you know, I talked to them about these raises and, you know, it's a deal where, hey, I can give you 2%, but we're going to have to let some of you go. But that's something y'all have to make a decision on. But I'm just giving you some ideas.
But Mr. Osteen, that's just one department. There are other places we've had to cut positions.
Yeah.
So there are other places that we're cutting. Just in this particular one, what you're looking at right now, that wouldn't be the case.
We're taking consideration, you're talking about raising different rates and stuff. You got the citizens out here that's having a hard time right now.
As you said, the same citizens that didn't come out and vote.
Yeah.
They
But-
didn't come out and vote, and they've asked us to make everything user fee based. You want it user fee based? Well, that's what we're doing. I've listened. Susie and I took the direction, the department head took the direction. We're moving more towards a user fee base. The truth is we may face another rollback.
I know.
The truth is SB2 has got us shackled. So we need to prepare for that and still look to move the business of the city forward and fix all those things that have not been tended to for all these years. So to your extent, yes, this is the first step towards us moving to a user fee based
Well,
model.
you know, y'all got a lot of grant money.
That's not
Millions
tied to
and-
utility
let me
bill.
finish. Millions and millions to help you fix some of this infrastructure and stuff like that.
Not for this department, but yes.
No, well, like your infrastructure,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Sewer system.
Water and sewer.
Well, but this is sewer. I mean, so this is utility billing.
Yeah.
This is your billing on that side.
Yeah, no, but
But-
I'm just talking about on down when you
but-
get into this other stuff.
There is way more to come on that. On that aspect particular, hang on to your hats because you're gonna see something the next little bit here.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We get it, Councilman.
Also, you know, I just want to add, last year, council specifically instructed us to put the budget $5,000 for customer service. Customer service has always been top priority. All this time that I've been here, since Carol's time and all the successors from Carol's time, we always place customer service as top priority on the list. This department deals direct contact with customers. That is the face of the city when it comes to come pay the water bills. So that's why we're kind of reluctant to cut this department, because to me, customer service is top priority and it's utmost important in my heart. Of course, this year we did not propose a $5,000 customer service training due to many cuts, but it doesn't mean that it drops down on my priority list. And that's just how staff and city manager feel about it. Of course, council can redirect us to another direction. That's entirely up to council. And that's, you know, all I have to say regarding the utility billing department.
Very good. Thank you, Susie.
I have a quick question, just for clarity. We're talking about these water meters, readers. I thought our system was Wi-Fi, but we still need to have water meter readers?
Still have to have meter readers to do turn offs, turn ons.
Oh, that, but it's not for the readings.
Correct.
The readings are Wi-Fi, that's.
Right. Because if you would have had that, you need about 6 or 8 bodies to
If the
do.
readings don't pick up, then we have to go get manual readings.
Men, all right,
Say
that's
somebody-
clarified. Thank you.
Any other questions for Lee or about utility billing? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving to the other aspects of our public works effort. We'll start, I assume, say so, with streets, parks, and fleet services.
Yes, absolutely. If I could ask you guys, please, let's go to your small tab 12. So behind the big tab 1 into 12, let's look at Public Works, okay? What you'll see is the org chart. Currently, right now, we are not asking for any positions, okay? We are not asking for any positions. However, since the time that this book was printed, I wanted to bring something to your attention, and we're talking about user-based fees, right? User-based model. And I caution before we even get started with this will not necessarily affect Ms. Lee directly, but you could argue it'll affect Rick's department more. We are facing what may be the largest amount of public funding that is about to come down our pipe, probably in the history of this country. We qualify for some of that funding, a large part of that funding. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not ready to receive that funding, and our projects are not where they need to be in order to receive that funding. So as much as we need more folks to go out there and tend to the streets and the canals and to the ditch work and everything else, I do caution the first thing we probably need, from my estimate so far, having sat in the seat, is we need somebody to come in here and help us be a grant liaison. And before someone says that's what we have Grant Works for and what we have all these other vendors out there for, I caution you to understand that there's more to it than that. We currently have those services, and I could argue between Rick, myself, and Mr. Adin Ho, we spend arguably 40% of our time as we speak now working on those tasks, which means we don't spend enough time doing the things that we're supposed to be doing. So we are cognizant of that, and to better make us prepared for those, we're one of a few cities around that is in our predicament that qualifies for a lot of these things. I'm proposing, that's not listed on here, but for you to consider, that we add a grant writer or grant administrator to this budget that's not shown here, and a project coordinator. Also, to split those positions between your public works budget, because most of your grants that you're going to have will be related to public works and or utilities. The public has spoken. They want to see water lines taken care of first. Sewage is a priority. All these things are priorities. For us to properly administer these things and do what we need to do, we need to look to do it in this manner. And I strongly suggest that we consider that. Splitting them, whether it be 50-50, 67, 66-33, whatever you want to do it, I strongly consider that before we get into this. Having said that, as it sits before you, page 100 shows your work chart. Page 101 shows you that we are not in any which way, shape, or form looking to increase any bodies. All the bodies that are listed as the same, with the exception of moving some from one area, one position, naming them something different. If you look below, back to the point we were making a second ago, we're talking about utilities. We're proposing that we're going to spend less in this division than we have before. And Rick, would you like to comment between you and Susie on why we're going to spend less and what you've done to separate the funds so we can have proper accounting and proper accountability for these divisions?
Well, what we're recommending is to create separate divisions within Public Works. There used to be a street division, street department. We didn't have that. It was funded through streets. So we've broken that out separately. And the same way with fleet services. Fleet services is unique. A lot of the time, the efforts and the time of fleet services isn't so much working on public works vehicles as much as working on emergency services vehicles, police and fire. As you know, we rent the majority of our truck fleet from Enterprise. We have very little maintenance on those vehicles as far as public works is concerned. Even though Enterprise Emergency Services has rentals from Enterprise also, Enterprise does not do service work on emergency vehicles. Pursuit vehicles, what they refer to as pursuit vehicles. So the staff, the mechanics down at Fleet Services, a lot of their time is actually spent working on general services fleet, which is actually emergency services. they do work on public works equipment, which is also a huge part of their labor. A huge part of their labor. But we believe by breaking out these funds, that it actually gives us and you a better idea of what it's costing to run these separate divisions, which were previously and currently shown as just streets, public works.
Anybody have any questions for Public Works Director or Cesar as it relates to this organizational chart?
I'm sorry.
What? No, I was just asking. if we had
If
questions.
there are no questions, or as you review the questions and so forth, wanted to point to page 102 again, it shows the accomplishments and the objectives of the year. Similar to what we said before, we are adding KPIs to all of the existing departments. But I wanted to note, so you can reflect back to the point we were making about what we were looking at as far as rates. You notice right now, your proposal for this year is lower than it has been in previous years. If you look this area before, last year was budgeted at 1.237. This year, we're putting it at 747. And essentially, we're pulling out of this division and putting it into where it should be. Public Works should be separate from stormwater, separate from fleet maintenance, separate from water. It should all, and sewer, it should all be their separate funds. That way you can account for things better. You'll know if it's a sewage expense, it is for the sewage account. There's a sewage fee attached to it, so on and so forth. Again, to move the model towards a user-based model, this allows that to happen in a cleaner fashion. The direction we were given was the public has spoken, the state has spoken, the nation has spoken to be more user fee based. This is the first step in us doing so. Establishing them as separate things, not just under one umbrella. That's why now Public Works is shown as Public Works that does what they do, fleet, water, sewer, parks, etc. And with that, we can go to page 104 and look at each item as needed.
Before you go to 104, clarification. On this page 101, please explain under expenditure. You've got estimate FY 2022. The 537. Then you have request FY 2023 25,000. That's an error.
The error shown there is because at that point, we're not including salary there. So where it says request, I asked you to ignore the request side only from looking at what was last year to what is this year. That's why it's lower. Because if you notice there, it does not account for all of the staff.
That is correct.
That's where that error is shown. And again, I didn't mean to say error, but that's where that discrepancy lies. So if you look at it, please look at the fact that in 2022, we budgeted 811. We estimate that this year that number dropped to 537,960. And as a result, we think next year we're requesting 563,216 in that line item.
So what was the drop from what we budgeted to the estimate? That's like close to $300,000.
Well, if you look at the other side of it too, some of the other items, for example, your outlay. Can you explain outlay on page 101? Either Rick, you or Susie. I know you weren't here the whole fiscal year, but page 101 where it says outlay, the 399, 215.
I'm trying to find that, sir.
Bottom line, if you look at the budget, what we're
On 101?
Yeah, page 101, that middle section. But
I
Mayor,
see it. I got it.
to begin to address your question, if you notice the middle of the page there, 1.237 total, we're gonna end up at 1.236.
That might be a Susie question. I'm not sure I can tell you what that outlay is.
Yes. Oops. Sorry. Let me start video. Okay. Yes, that outlay is the Grado. Remember the 2020 contractual obligations that council blessed, along with some of the police equipment, that whole batch. Well, that $400,000 is your Grado, Mr. Seiler.
Yeah, Susie. What I'm specifically asking is in the personnel line item on 101, the budget for 2022 was $811,000 roughly. And the estimate for 2022 is 537,000. That's almost a $300,000 decrease. So
Wow.
my question was, what if those are the accurate numbers, what happened with that 200 some odd $1,000 decrease?
There has been a lot of turnover rates in public works, and the director can tell you what happened. Well, one time they were full of vacancies in that department. So of course now they have fresh new bodies gradually, but there has been a major change going through that department. I can't explain why. That's not my department.
So in that change, Susie, you would think that at some point there might be a dip and then it would come back up, right? For 2023, right? You would think we would see the budget estimate come up to $800,000.
That's true.
Oh,
But we
but-
have also put in the next year's budget with some changes, and Mr. Seiler can explain to you.
Yeah,
what-
I think Rick's trying to help us on this.
So
Yeah.
back in December, we had somewhat of a mass exodus from the street department. I think we lost like 8 guys.
Okay.
So it took us a while to get those filled. We're still not fully staffed back on streets. So that's the reason of the dip in this year, because we virtually had 3 guys on staff for like 3 months. you know,
Right,
so
right.
We weren't paying anybody. The reason the 563 is working in the 2023 budget is because we've assigned some of the staff members that were shown in 2022 are now in streets or fleet services because their payroll was all going into this fund. So now that fund, this fund, which we're referring to as Public Works, you could refer to it as the street fund also, but for the sake of not confusing anything, it's labeled as Public Works, but mainly this area that we're looking right here is the guys that generally work on the streets,
Gotcha.
signs, asphalt, curb gutter.
Gotcha.
And so we've shifted those other employees.
So those
out of-
employees have moved to,
Right, there's
a
5 or
different-
6 employees that are not in the 23 Public Works budget because they're sitting.
They're in
over here
another
parks.
budget.
Yeah.
gotcha. Makes
And
sense.
also, I believe, and I don't know if this to be accurate, so I'm asking, the 4 positions that were going to help with the stormwater, the 4 maintenance positions that were added for stormwater that technically were never hired due to the rollback.
Right.
That's also where the savings is essentially accounted for, correct? Or could it be?
Actually, no, I'll correct you on that because Susie corrected me on this a while back. So the stormwater employees, when they were hired, they were actually budgeted into utilities.
Right.
Which was the 22 fund.
Right.
And not this 12 fund.
Right. And let's be clear, Susie, the 22 fund or the utility fund or the enterprise fund is not, let's repeat, is not the debt service fund. Right? Okay, so there are no employees, 0 employees.
That's true.
The debt service fund.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
All right,
Mayor,
go ahead.
this is just, number one, a request for me, but I believe that always when we talk about budgets, we're all laypersons, right? We don't do this for every day. I might look at these in the course of my work and understand them and appreciate them. But a long time ago, Susie, and I made a habit, especially when I had when I was with my real estate experiences and I had to defend my budgets, and it was a for-profit entity. But I made my notes. I had extensive notes. And the reason for that was that I knew I wasn't going to be around for the long haul. This is to say, unless I bought the company or something, but I think that's what I find challenging in this service. The mayor might know it because of the time on council. That's logical, right? Or Councilperson McAuliffe as well too. But I would like to see notes that memorialize these changes, Mr. City Manager. Does that make sense? So that we're not going through this and then being accused that we're manipulating budgets and things of this nature. That's the biggest challenge that I would like our community to overcome. We don't even see this money, number one, right? We see it in our employees, our outstanding employees, and we see it in terms of the positive outcomes that are provided by our employees. But in terms of these documents, which are ultimately what community looks at, what advocacy groups look at, what anybody looks at, right? CPAs, is to understand in a layperson's, this is what happened at this time. And if I'm not here on council next year, then the follow-up, the person can see and understand that. That's what happened. I hope that we can facilitate that request in some fashion.
Duly noted, I have made the note to make sure we add footnotes on each page to provide a correct synopsis of previous year's action.
Yeah. Good deal. All right, let's move forward. Rick, did you have more?
I believe so. Unless you got questions. Oh, I've got more.
Does anybody have any? Rick said, I always got more.
I have a question on the org chart.
Go ahead, man.
Your project manager, project coordinator,
Yes, sir.
since we're talking about getting a grant writer or grant administrator, couldn't we use that role?
Excellent question. And again, another reason for a actual reason for footnotes. Susie, do you want to explain how that position as it reads now is essentially a ghost position on our budget?
Are you talking about the project coordinator?
Yes,
The budget coordinator?
the
Project coordinator.
project coordinator.
Project coordinator, there is budget. I mean, there is money budgeted for that position because you told me to put money in it.
Right.
But it wasn't budgeted last year though, right?
It was not funded last year.
Right. Because we said we were gonna, once Chase got moved out of that, we deleted that position.
We sort of left the position being there as an authorized position, but just not funded. We did not know what direction Public Works is gonna take.
And so at this budget process, so you put the funding back in it. Gotcha.
It is not in there now. However, what I'm proposing that we do, going back to the user-based model to alleviate the effect on the property tax, is to split that position and a grant writer, two totally separate positions because they're two totally separate jobs, between your utility funds, because that's where your grants are going to be that we're applying for the most part, and Public Works.
Okay.
Right. So that would be the model that we would like to present if we could do that, if you would approve us to do so. At present time, the figures you have before you don't include that, but that is an ask that I would request in order for us to be more efficient with our projects. The public has said, you have this money out there. Can we do more? Well, we need more wherewithal to do more. And then also to hopefully keep the pipeline of grants coming. The time to get grants is every day. You got to constantly apply. The more you apply for, the more you have a chance to get. Yeah.
Any other questions on this? Very good. All right. I don't think we've given you direction yet. I think we're just taking it in, Cesar.
No problem. And that's what we're here for. So if we can flip to go to parks while we're here.
What page?
Are we doing parks now? No. Technically,
We
yes,
actually
are.
got back
Yep,
on track,
yep.
huh?
We're getting there.
Because if we go to, parks, fleet, and then utilities, we might be able to do that inside of an hour.
We're working on it.
Go ahead, Rick. I think we're
Page
on
106.
parks.
If
106.
it's, our tabs may be off. So for me, it's little tab 9, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So basically the bottom page is page 106.
106. So as you can see, there's not any history on Parks Fund because it's a new fund. Basically, we've developed these expenses based on some assumptions and some numbers that we had based on staffing. Those notes are on page 107, I believe. As far as the breakdown on the budget. And
may I comment on this real quick?
Sure.
This goes back to what we talked about a second ago when we said how we're going to separate funds and proper accountability. Historically, what we've done is we've just said, oh, well, parks will just be, just take it out of Public Works. And historically, our public works department has had to take, well, let me have one maintenance person, let me have one person off the streets and you guys just go mow and then come back. Historically, we haven't had that dedication that's been preserved. I believe the public and our Parks Board has spoken enough to that to say that they would like for those services to exist, which is why that's before you now. Essentially, this is the reestablishment of some sort of parks maintenance program and identifying that. So what you'll see in the final adopted budget, assuming that you approve it as such, is again, as Rick has mentioned, reducing those bodies from the public works team and adding them to parks. So the budget should be within its wherewithal. Parks, if I can also remind you, is not a utility-based fund. However, important for us to mention at this time.
Are there any of these figures represent grant funded items? Any of these categories here?
No, sir. I don't see any grant funded items here. Nothing here from page 107 that I can see from what we're talking about right now would even qualify for such.
And so generally speaking, any grant fund, any bond money, anything we borrow would generally never be used for O&M expenses. So you wouldn't want to do that as a council. I'm not a financial wizard, but I would never do that. I wouldn't suggest that. So when we're borrowing money to do large projects, those are all capital projects. So
Either large
capital project expenses are not normally found within an O&M budget.
That's true. We try to separate capital from operating because those are two separate things. Capital is a one-time thing. You complete the project. Is O&M is something you do need every single year.
And it should be somewhat flat. I mean, it'll go up and down a little bit, but generally your O&M is not going to change dramatically. But if you spend $500,000 on a project that year, you're going to spend $500,000 that normally you wouldn't be spending in that department or in that division if you get a grant or borrow money to do a project. So that's a project funding versus O&M expenses.
Further to that,
in grants, you'll have, depending upon the grantor, categories where you may charge certain percentage on administrative costs.
Absolutely. And
these, that's
the only park grant that we have right now is the one, correct me if I'm wrong, for the Mayhan project boat ramp. Technically.
Yes, and
that
specifically
grant,
speaking, the only grant we have right now is the engineering grant. We don't actually have the grant to do the construction.
so to answer your question, the engineering portion of that cost is tied to that, specifically to that grant.
Right. And the
So-
grants are very specific, as you may be,
Yes.
I'm sure you're aware,
yes.
as far as whether that money can be used. The grant money is very specific, even way more so than say a bond money. Bond money is still somewhat dependent because it was voted on to be used for certain things. So you can't just spend it on something else. But I think there's a little bit more gray area with bond money than you can actually do with grant money.
In
Grant money,
addition to
especially if
that,
it's coming from the feds, is very, 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 very strict as far as where you spend that money.
And
in
even
addition
if
to
you
that,
spend administration part of the project, it is still considered as part of that project to administer that project. And that is just per grant requirements. That's all part of that whole umbrella of that particular project. Even if it's called administration, because it's administration within that project, it is still capital.
I guess what I'm trying to convey, and I guess I'm not doing a good job, is that there are grants. The city in the past, to a small amount, has been successful in some Department of Justice grants that have funded police positions, right? And so that becomes one of our, personnel, for example.
yes.
And that's applicable to all of these. It depends your grant sources, right? I've written grants, successful ones, funded for several years, multi-years, where I've funded positions that already have there, paid for partial by my executive director or whatever, things of that nature. Casey probably can speak on this as well in her business, right? In the nonprofit world. So I hope that and maybe that speaks to this grant person, but which I don't think should be an employee. I think there are enough independent contractors out there that would like to work with us in this regard, and be motivated to do that. But that's where I hope we can get a mindset that we can go after grants that will fund the meter readers or things of this nature, right? And look at those as we're looking at. That's all.
I'm glad to hear that
Thanks.
you are that the council is supportive of that and finds that as a possibility. I wanted to make 3 points on that. And first, going back to the point of O&M being on debt services, this is specifically speaking to the fact that we do not condone that and don't intend on doing that, as some folks have possibly mentioned. That is not the intention, nor are we willing to entertain that, because it's not good practice to actually do. So that's number one. Number two, on the extent of grants, I've had personal experience with grants enough to know that ideally we would like to cover as much of our expenses through that. So hopefully in future years, in the inception of some type of Parks and Recreation programming side, we would be able to secure, for example, let's say $200,000 a year to provide after school and summer camp services. At that time, you will show obviously $200,000 in expenses, but then in revenue followed by $200,000 that would provide that service to the public. And that's where that would be shown. At present time for this department, that doesn't exist, but not to say that we wouldn't want to do so. And third point I'd like to make is many times, especially when we're strapped for cash as we are right now, many of the things that we can do is provide our in-kind services of grant administration or grant liaison services as your gift in kind to serve as that match for whatever funds we're applying for, as we have done with several grants. For example, the grant that we just submitted for that you guys approved for the Omega Bay dredging project that we recently submitted for. Well, a perfect example for that one requires, for the amount that we applied for, $160,000. Omega Bay was able to secure a commitment of $50,000 towards that grant, which means the other $110,000 we would do. In our case, since we don't have an extra $110,000 lying around to provide that match at present time, the wherewithal would be that if awarded, we would have to find that cash or provide those services in kind to provide that as a match, if in any capacity we could do so. I hope that answered that question.
Say so. Again, line item 2020-09, fuel supplies. Is that the request was 10,000 and your ask is 8,400 fuel supplies. Fuel is going up. Fuel has been high. Is that another budget cut of yours or?
So essentially what happened there is for on page 107, 2020-09-00, staff projected $10,000 in a point where we don't have any exact record keeping as to what is for that account. They estimated $10,000 would be the expense needed, and due to budgetary constraints, I had to cut from somewhere, and that's where I did so. Between myself, Susie, and just the team.
Caesar brought the pencil sharpener to our meeting.
Yeah.
And some of it is, and some of what we're talking about, and for everybody's benefit is efficiency. One of the things I've noticed and I've already talked to staff about is idling vehicles. It's old bad habits, especially at the cost of fuel right now, and so they don't need to leave their trucks idle. They've gotten a habit of doing it, but burning fuel. So Garcia's right. I penciled in $10,000. That's a wag based on what we believe, because we're running 2 to 3 vehicles, plus we've got, mower equipment, things like that, as far as fuel, that all goes in that budget.
Yeah.
Can we do it for 84? He told me to do it for 84. We'll do it for 84. That's what we're going to shoot for.
You can try to put lipstick on that pig if you want to, Rick. Well, but at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you, when you're a public works director with experience, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So when you put that $10,000 figure on that line item, you had already considered that you had to tell your staff members to be efficient with their fuel. That's how you got to 10, yes or no?
Possibly.
That's how you got to 10.
Right.
And so 10 was your floor. 10 was the bottom for you. You had already made those calculations on the staff being more efficient. And then say, so I had to come and cut more out of your budget. And so the theme of all of this is these cuts are going to impact city services. And our community needs to know that above and beyond the few folks that are clamoring, the rest of those 19,000 need to know these cuts are going to cut services. Because at the end of the day, what happens when you reach your 84? You're just gonna stop the mower. You don't have any more fuel.
Right.
You ain't gonna be able to mow the parks. You're not gonna be able to ride the trucks out to the parks. And so we need to understand when we make these decisions, or we allow a few to make these decisions for us, the rest of our community, the other 18,500 folks, or 18,000, depending upon what you're looking at, those folks are going to be affected and impacted as well. And I think we need to make sure that they understand these cuts are going to eventually end up with service limitations. And I don't think that we should sugarcoat that. I think that, you know, the way that Councilman Osteen said earlier when he was at the podium, it is what it is. You know, when you vote, this is what happens. So that we'll think twice about voting the ways that we vote, because they'll impact our services. So I appreciate you doing that. Any other questions on parks?
And while Mr. Osteen approaches, I know it was kind of half kidding the way staff was saying it, but I heard the old Star Wars paratrooper, the Doomsday that was being played when I walked down the halls, or being called the Grim Reaper because I was just slashing the budget. But that was the theme for about 2.5 weeks when we were going through this process of every single day doing that.
When I look at a budget, I need to know what it was last year so I can see what the trend is.
It never existed last year.
This is a new breakout.
Oh, this is a new thing. There was nothing on parks nowhere,
It was all in the public works budget. They had it all lumped into one.
and they didn't have broke out. When they start that?
When they started putting it all into one, that was back during the Les Rumberg time. I thought somebody said that to us earlier. I think, who said that? Somebody, was it Susie?
Yes.
Les Rumberg.
When I came back in 2012, Mr. Osteen was on council at the time. We did have Parks Department, we had shop, and we had it all split. And then 2013, we continued that. I believe it was to 2015, either 2015 or 2016, we consolidated.
Well, what was happening was we never raised taxes. We never wanted to raise taxes. And so because of that, our public works staff had dwindled down to mid-30s. And so Ms. Butler and Les Rumberg, because of service delivery, put everybody together and they decided to make it be a system where whatever was needed at the time, they would respond to it with the amount of personnel they had. So we didn't even have enough personnel to actually make different departments because we never wanted to raise taxes. We always cut before we raised anything. And
that still wasn't a reason to separate it, because
well, that was the reason to combine it
to combine it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you don't, so what that does is there's no money for any of them. You just spend it wherever you want it.
I think their philosophy was wherever is needed.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever they need, they take it.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Osteen, to your
the
point,
dollar donation didn't go to parks. It could have went to something else.
I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the M&O side.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
well,
Yes, sir.
may
You
I?
know, what citizens had it intended for it to go to might have went to something else that had nothing to do with the park.
I think it all went to parks. What I'm saying is it was, instead of having people to specifically work on the streets and people to specifically work on the parks and people to specifically work on the street lights, if you will, I'm just throwing stuff out there.
Yeah.
They became one crew. And if parks needed help, they went to the parks. If they needed to repair a street, then they put folks on the street. So that's basically what I'm saying to you. They didn't have the defined departments because they didn't have enough people in those departments.
I'm certainly glad y'all trying to get this mess
Straighten it back out. Yeah.
Because that's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah. Well, it's and you and I both know the reason that we have messes like that is when we aren't able to grow the city from a fiscal standpoint and things still increase, people still have to get paid, people still need raises. We need new equipment, new supplies, fuel costs, all these other things. These things have continued to go up. They never go down. They've continued to go up and they will continue to go up in our lifetime. So to cap revenue or to limit revenue in an age and in a time and in a system where costs continually increase is a problem. And these are the ramifications in real time in people's lives. We have negated any tax revenue increases for years, decades even. And these are the issues. And so people complain about services. But then when it's time to try to generate new revenue, nobody wants new revenue generated. So we can't do anything to improve or add services. So then there's more complaints, right? So it's a cycle. So kudos to Rick and Cesar.
Well, let me ask you this, because and I use this a lot, and you did too. And I haven't seen it in the package since I started getting involved in the council stuff here about 4 or 5 months ago. I never see a check register where you can see what the money spent on that month.
Mhm.
And you can
Have-
see
have
where
one.
you're at, if you're over budget, under budget. If they're robbing one department and putting in another department, which they shouldn't be doing,
Mhm.
we could monitor all that, but I hadn't seen any
Those
check register online.
stopped under Tink Jackson.
Okay. The
And will
charter-
soon, and will soon be
Yeah.
reinstated. We're
Huh?
working and will soon be reinstated.
Yeah.
So I want to make that point, Susie, and not to disclose too much, but I have to get on my soapbox here for a second. The amount of work that's being put out by our staff. This past weekend, Susie's staff was here Saturday and Sunday. All right. And we have other people to do that. Kyle, we had a problem with the copier to print these budget books. Kyle had to get called in to get that taken care of.
Okay.
Susie and I are often doing some of these things. Right now, we are stretched so thin. And that department went from 4 to 3 temporarily for a while. We've had to rob Peter, pay Paul to get certain things done. So Ms. Olsen, I concur with you. It is on our list things to do. We want to start putting that out regularly. We will be putting it out regularly for public view. There is nothing to hide here. Anytime anybody wants to make a public records request between now and then, we will be more than happy to fulfill it. What I'm asking now is give us time to get past an audit process that we're going through, a budget process that we're going through, the staff shortages that we're going through all at one time.
Okay, well, let me tell you about Susie. Me and Keith have worked with her a long time over the years. You're not gonna find a better finance director.
That's true.
I can tell you that right now,
That's true, Susie.
but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Osteen. I really
Amen.
appreciate that. I only try my best with very limited resources. Got to keep in mind, I only have very small team. My department is not like the police department. I wish I do have that kind of size for my department, but I don't. But this is what we plan to do. And Mr. Osteen brought up a good point. We will be posting the budget versus actual financials, as well as the check register, as well as analysis. And this is an improvement from the past. We've never done that before. An analysis of what we're giving you regarding the relationship of the numbers and things like that. So to give you the story of what's been going on. This is reserved for those who are not financially sound, ordinary citizen. Anybody can read that. We want to be as user-friendly as possible. We want to be transparent totally. So those who are slick with financials, by all means, analyze it on your own. And if you have questions, we're here to answer. Either way, you can use both of them, but it is an improvement from the past. So we do intend to have that online soon, as well as other mechanisms to collaborate with the citizens more, to have better conversations, just like the ARPA survey. We would like to hear from the community more so we can have better guidance. So we strive to improve too. I realize we have not been perfect. The finance department has not been perfect in terms of proposed budget and everything, but you gotta, give us a chance. We're trying hard with very limited resources, and we're trying to make the best out of everything. But the interactions, like the ARPA funding survey, that interaction, it takes our city up another notch in comparison to our neighbors. And there will be more of that coming out to have better communications both ways between government, staff, city council, as well as citizens and our business community. Okay, so this is why this year's proposed budget, I don't know if you noticed, the divider pages and all others, there are some connections like the internet, dots, connecting the dots. We are like a net. Everyone's interrelated with one another. That's the theme. So hopefully we can achieve that point where Lamarck is one. Just like our city manager was mentioning in his budget message, we want to consolidate Lamarck being one team and not two teams. So we're all going to work together and we're all going to make Lamarck a very, very best place to live. Okay.
Thank you, Susie.
I have a question.
You have a question? Go ahead.
I may have missed it, but I walked in and I heard you say you haven't had a tracking for your fuel. Is it just for the parks or is that for public works in general? Because I find it really hard.
That was misstated. We're tracking our fuel. It's just, it was never being separated by division.
Gotcha.
So it wasn't like, all right, this is for parks, this is for street, this is for, we track obviously our fuel expenses and how they're allocated for everything else. What we're now trying to do is separate it by division.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
That's what I wanted to clear up
No,
because
We're also cleaning up the way enterprise set up and the way our fuel cards are set up is there should be a fuel card for every truck so that we're able to track fuel off of trucks. Unfortunately, that was not what was happening. So we've made some changes to make sure that is happening so that a fuel card that's assigned to a truck every time that we can actually look back and see how much fuel that particular truck has used. Instead, what was happening is the guys were having fuel cards in their pocket. So if they drove that truck, they use their fuel card. If they drove that truck, they use the same fuel card. So trying to look back on the history for the fuel use is impossible.
right,
So
right. I mean,
that unfortunately trying to track that, like you may be thinking and how I would plan on doing it, how it should be done is not there because that's important that we know that how much fuel that particular piece of equipment or that truck is using.
right. I agree with you. And hopefully the city manager it's straight across the board for all the departments. If a fuel card's assigned, it should be assigned for that vehicle because that's important to track.
Especially with the fact that we're now adding odometer readings tied to the actual use. So we can track mileage compared to usage, so we can find out if there's any funny business going on.
Okay.
That's that along with GPS and all the vehicles, something that has not been historic in all the vehicles across the board, even including numbering our vehicles. All right, we are putting system of checks and balances in place to control those things. Not only, it's not saying that we don't trust our employees. It's just a good business practice. It's what should be done. This is, at the end of the day, I keep saying it. Yes, we're government. Yes, when it's over, but we are going to run it as a business.
Right. And hopefully, like I said, hopefully you've got that addressed and everything's on the same sheet of music. I mean,
We're working, yeah.
police, fire, public works, city hall should all be
Doing the
the same sheet.
One thing I
Also,
would like
mind
to
you
clarify.
that now that we're splitting the departments, in order to compare, you're gonna have to have more than 1 year. Otherwise, the initial year, you're not gonna have a comparison. Okay? And
Oh,
as
I
far as
agree with that.
tracking, I
But you
think
can also
we-
track your fuel usage on your vehicles to find out if you have a problem
Mhm.
with that vehicle. If it's maintenance, you haven't done your maintenance, so your fuel injectors are clogged, your fuel filter is clogged. You're gonna waste more fuel that way. So
True.
That is being accomplished.
appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
One thing I would like to clear up, since this is a workshop on the budget, is a couple items on page 106. And these are just some minor things we can clear up. I just want to make sure of the clarity here. You'll notice on 3010-01, 3010-09, it says R&M Street and Roads. And then there's a 3043-09 Parks. So the 3010-09 is actually repair and maintenance budget that we set for the parks. Last year, that budget was actually in the 12 fund shown as 3043-12. If I'm reading that right, yeah, and it was $10,000. So basically, we've increased repair and maintenance on our O&M budget from $10,000 to $20,000. The
Staff requested 25. I had to cut it to 20.
the 3043 line item of $70,000 is actually mowing services at the parks. That's a contractor bid for landscaping mowing only. We may want to show it like that. The other item that we may need to put in this budget that I'm not seeing, because I know there will be some, is overtime. And we just don't have that penciled in. Using a 3% figure, that's about $5,000 to $6,000 a year. Now we can bleed that out of another line item or work this budget and have that at the final review, but I just happen to notice it's not there.
And again, that's something that needed to be cut due to budget cuts. To that point, I want to also deliberate on a point that was made about the donation or the $2 fund. That will be addressed when it comes to, looks like on Tuesday at 2 p.m. We'll address that then and establish where that is going, because at present time, those funds are not being allocated towards your day-to-day maintenance. Okay.
I don't believe they've been used. Susie would be able to answer that better than me,
Right, no.
but I think
The intent as to how that was created was for those funds that are allocated through that process to be used, and we can go back to this on Tuesday at 2, but was to generate some type of essentially fund
leverage
that we could use for matching funds
for grants.
For grants.
Let me clarify. I think a lot of people are confused regarding the parks specialized money, okay? There's two pieces to it. Actually, there are three pieces to it. One piece is through the O&M, the operating budget. That was what Rick just mentioned in the general fund. That is routine operating on Parks Department. The second piece is the donations, the $2 donations. We've always had that for, I don't know how many years, at least 10 years that I know of. That one goes into the Parks Fund. That is Fund 81. That one, it's under the Parks Board, their direction, whatever they want to use. So that's the $2 donations. The third piece is the $2 per month surcharge that just started about, I believe, 2020 when Tink was here. That's separate from the $2 donations. This one is not a donation. It's $2 just automatically added to your bill. This one is in a separate fund. I believe it's Fund 66, if I'm not mistaken. It's the Parks Improvement Fund. We haven't had expenditures out of that fund yet. Each year we get roughly about $150,000, okay, average. So far we've been accumulating money in that fund and are waiting for directions from council how to spend it, or you want to continue accumulating it to a certain sum and then use it for matching grants or whatever the case is, okay? But the $2 donation fund, that Fund 81, that one, we have been having expenditures out of that fund that is under the direction of the Parks Board, just various expenditures. So there are differences in each because one, different objectives, two, under different supervisions, okay? So I just wanted to make it clear because a lot of times citizens and including staff too are confused between those three funds and the restricted use of certain fund. So just wanted to clarify. I know it's confusing, but there is an importance to clear that area up so that way everyone knows there are three areas for parks.
Susie, to clear up, the second category of donations, $2, that's not accurate. It's $1.
$1 for the Keep the Park Beautiful and $1 for the Parks Fund.
Yeah.
Right. But when they contribute, they don't have a choice. They just
it's just $2. It's split. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we always call it $2 donations.
Right.
If we can, please, if we could look at, for the sake of time, Because we need to get into the utility fund shortly before we leave. We need to start that today if it's possible.
So you want to move there now?
I want to quickly do fleet services because it's no different than parks.
About 15 minutes?
I should, unless there's questions, I don't have.
Okay.
108, page 108, it's the same as what we've just gone over with parks, same as what we just went over with all these other divisions.
Okay, because I'm gonna have to leave in about 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes.
And-
So let's try to get,
And the purpose of the utility, what I want to talk about is we need to start discussing rates. And now would be the time to do so. And the idea with this, if you notice, as our schedule that I handed out earlier dictates, on Tuesday, the 9th, it says continue as needed. If at that time there's any additional discussion, that's when we're going to come back with more discussion on the rate. I want to introduce it today because we've said user-based fee. We want to go there. So are there any questions on fleet services off of page 108?
108, guys. Any questions on 108?
Only question I have is you cut their janitorial supplies to zero. From 500 to zero, so are they not gonna clean their latrines, their bathrooms, or, I mean, what are they gonna use? I mean,
We might have to pencil something back in there. And we're gonna need some overtime in there too. These guys don't get a lot of overtime, but there will be some overtime in this division.
Once again,
You gotta cut.
Grim Reaper budget cuts.
well, I get it, $500 to zero though, I mean, you gotta buy Simple Green or something, Lysol or something to,
And
I mean, even $100.
BYOTP is our method for.
I hope every citizen is paying attention to what's happening. We can't even buy toilet paper. Go ahead, Rick.
If there's no questions on this section. I'd
Is
like
this
to
the
quick-
building that's that municipal address? Mayor?
Yes.
Is that the
On the municipal, yeah.
Okay.
If I may, we need to start having tough discussion on page 126. 126, utility fund budget summary. And I think of its importance for Rick to be here, his background being in water. Susie's being here with her background extensively, where it stands with finances. And then obviously, not necessarily for utility billing, but I digress where we're going to go here. So what we've done with this fund, if you notice, let's go back historically. Everybody look at actual FY 2021.
What page?
126 FY 2021. In 2021, your utility fund budget summary, and again, Susie, if I speak out of turn, please correct me. Your utility fund budget brought in a revenue of 6.259. However, expenditures were 8.9. A difference of 2.67, which unfortunately, due to what your beginning fund balance was, it ended up in a negative. So if you're only looking at FY 2021 and only looking at this fund, if this were a business, the business would have ended $476,000 in the hole after having expended its almost $2.2 million in savings. That's what your beginning fund balance states. In theory, for the year, it ran at a $2.67 million deficit. Had it not had a savings fund of that 2.2, then you would have then been 2.6 in the hole. Please look at now where we skip past budget 2022 for the sake of this conversation and time. Look at our estimates for FY 2022. We are estimating that this year the revenues are considerably lower right now. We are estimating. If you notice what they were in 2021 and what they are now, please, if you have your highlighters, highlight that because that's very important. We are on pace to collect, what's my rough math there? $800,000 less. Okay, rough math, right? However, thankfully, due to being very, very prudent financially, and I'll give Susie her kudos here, you notice that the expenditures are considerably lower at 6.9. Thankfully, a lot lower than they were in 2021. Good news. Bad news is it's still considerably less than where we were. So the 1.4 is what you were in the negative. Had we been a business, that line item would have ran at a deficit of 1.4. If you add to that the fact that we were already in the negative by 476,000, we started off the fiscal year 1.9 negative. Fast forward to this year now. If you look all the way to the right where it says our CM proposal for FY 2023. Right now, at our current rate that we're at, we are estimating that our revenues will be 6.2, but we're also estimating our expenses to be 8.9. We're doing that because of certain things that we've built into this fund that we need to create user-based fees for. If you account to that we are going to be already starting the year at 1.9, if our estimates stay true for the end of the year, this fund, with what we put in the budget, will be at a $4.6 million deficit if we don't make a change to your rates. Now let's go as to what our asks are. If you could please turn to page 127.
126?
127. If you notice what the charge for services that we are looking at here. What is not reflected on here is this is essentially going, if we did not make any changes, what they would be. What we expect them to be. However, Susie, Rick, this is the imperative part where we need to discuss what the proposed things are that we're looking to add and how we are going to start addressing some of these needs that we have to address our water side. Having said that, you guys have the floor.
Well, first I need to bring to everyone's attention that what's hurting us, if you can see, is the discharge agreement. And Rick and Gus, you guys chime in, because I brought this to their attention regarding, we used to have roughly around $500,000 from Republic Waste. Okay, all of a sudden it stopped. And when it was at the tail end of Tink's era, and when Tink was here, I did ask those questions. Nobody answered me. And then after Tink left, Chase was in the room. Chase did respond to me on something. And I forwarded Chase answers to Rick and Gus. And then of course they took over. But this is hurting that utility fund big time. It is material. It is significant. $500,000, you can do a lot of things. I'll let them explain the status of that. But that is part of the problems of the utility revenues being lowered last 2 years.
Can you explain what a discharge agreement is for all of us? What is that?
So a discharge agreement, the discharge agreement was actually with the landfill through, I want to say Waste Management, but that's not correct. It's Republic, excuse me. So they were discharging wastewater off the landfill with what they consider leachate, which is groundwater coming off their landfill water, and they were discharging it into our system at 1764. The wastewater plant had some excursions on copper. We have a very low copper level discharge. And the treatment plant in itself, the treatment process is a biological plant. It's not really made to remove copper. So the copper was actually going to the plant, discharging into the bayou and violating our discharge permit that we have with TCQ. So Chase and Tink evidently made some changes. I heard two different things. Either they cut them off or else they raised the rate so high on that discharge that Republic quit discharging on us. So Republic tells me that they were cut off, and the other story I heard is we raised the rates. Either way, Susie's correct. They have not been discharging to us. We have met with them, and they recently ran what we call pollutant scan, which is 146 pollutants on their water. So we have that test. TCQ is taking a look at that with me. It just so happens that we've had some high copper levels again in the plant. So, and we're not taking any water from Republic. So I can't, in my short time here, I can't draw a conclusion that the copper levels that we were seeing back last year when, or 2 years ago when they cut Republic off was actually copper coming from the landfill. I mean, I don't know. We weren't pulling samples. I'm pretty familiar with industrial discharges into a wastewater treatment plant. So if we do put them back online, they will have a discharge permit to discharge to us. They'll have limits that will require to pull samples, just like we're required to pull samples for TCQ, and we will monitor their water. And we need to, I'll work with Gus on that. We have a sewer use reg with contaminants that people are allowed to discharge. And those are pretty common numbers in the industry that are through TCQ, because these are all domestic wastewater treatment plants. So they're not going to let you discharge high levels of silver or cyanide or copper. We also are working through our consultant, Nathan Vassar with Lloyd Gosling. There we go. Thank you, sir. and to see if we can actually get our copper level adjusted. The city has an extremely low level of copper on our discharge permit. And some cities don't have a copper discharge at all, some neighboring cities. Shannon Bro, the operations superintendent, he did the research, and I mean, ours is flat out the lowest south of Houston. I mean, so we're questioning why that copper level is so low with TCQ. So we're kind of working on a couple of different angles there to see if the copper level was higher, wouldn't it be an issue? And the other constituents, the contaminants that Republic are discharging, the treatment plant can handle. I mean, some of those are pass-through contaminants, but as long as it's not elevated over a discharge limit from TCQ on our discharge permit, then there's not a potential problem with taking in that wastewater. So that was a long answer to your short question, I guess.
And what I got from it, Rick, is that the term agreement is an illusion. There is no written agreement with Republic.
Agreement might be a vague word. I don't know where that word came up with. I mean, typically speaking, we have there's loading and requirements that you do with industrial facilities. So there's a BOD charge typically and a TSS charge. Those are typically the two charges that you would put on an industrial discharger. Those are the main things on a wastewater treatment plant permit. So if somebody's discharging high levels of BOD to you or high levels of TSS, you actually charge them a surcharge. And that's just a monthly fee that you would charge them based on flow and the concentration of those two. But as far as copper, if their copper limits exceed our sewer use permits, they can't discharge to us. I mean, it's a no or go. I mean, if the levels are too high by our sewer use regs and that are regulated once again by TCQ, we can't take their discharge, which means they would have to do pre-treatment, which they could do at their plant. Big industrial plants have their own wastewater treatment plants to lower down a contaminant so they can discharge water into a public sewer system eventually. But they have to do a pre-treatment process prior to that. So if their copper levels are too high or any of their contaminants are too high, based on this pollutant scan that we did, then we would have to tell them that they've got to do pre-treatment on their water prior to discharging it to us.
Now, Rick, my follow-up question, recognizing this is in District B. In the meantime, is this water just accumulating at that site?
They're hauling it,
Oh, they're actually hauling it elsewhere.
which is costing them a lot of money.
They're costing them.
They want to discharge us. And they have a pipe to our facility, I mean, to our system.
And Susie, historically, how much money was being generated from this quote agreement? Do you know?
Around $500,000
For the year?
every year. Yes, sir. This is why it hurts. And when I discovered there was no payment at that point in time, I asked Tink. But that was as his tail end of his administration. So, you know, I didn't get any response back.
So am I?
You asked me early on.
So,
And we've been working on it. We've met with Republic 3 times. I mean, and like I said, they pulled this pollutant scan. We've met with TCEQ. So we're making progress. It's slow progress because I certainly don't want to violate our discharge permit again, you know.
but this significant loss in revenue does line up with the accounting of $1 million less per year over the past few years would dictate how you've gotten to your $1.9 million deficit that you technically have in your utility fund as we speak. I know Councilman McAuliffe wanted to say something.
Yeah, my apologies, but I simply just don't understand. So I need Susie and everyone, because I know we've talked about discharge agreements, but I don't remember a conversation around it in the last budget. You know, granted, last budget was a whopper, right? I remember, you know, there was a lot of stuff happening, but I need someone to explain to me again, why is it we're not getting this revenue? Like at the code, sounds like it is. And Gus, I'm happy to let Gus answer that one.
Sure. So this is conversations with Rick, Chase, and just kind of what I've been able to infer. But 2 years ago, there was a significant problem at the wastewater treatment plant regarding copper. And the city of Lamarque was getting in trouble for that, as we're violating our permit. So for whatever reason, the thought, I believe, was that it was coming from Republic, the landfill. And so actions were taken that the effect of them being was Republic quit sending us wastewater, which the thought was would help address the copper problem. And it sounds like it did address that copper problem for a little while. And Rick mainly has been working with Republic to come up with a solution to deal with how can we get them, because they're paying to haul it off. And so how can we restart that relationship and still address our concern of the copper, be that multi-phase, a higher copper limit in accordance with our neighboring cities, and see if we can drill down as to where exactly it's coming from with them and address it that way as well.
So let me repeat back. And again, I apologize for the ways that I'm sure things have gone over my head and that I don't remember the details. But so we were receiving payments from Republic because we came to an agreement that they were the source of our problem and why.
No, they, as Rick said, we were processing their wastewater. And so we were charging them not essentially a sewer fee, as we charge everyone.
But so we were getting paid by Republic because we were processing.
Correct.
And we stopped doing it for a while. And that's what we thought was fixing it, but now we have continued to process it, but we're not getting the funding. Okay, that's what I'm missing is like, where does the lost revenue come from?
So something happened, and again, this is the unknown, that caused them to stop wanting to dump with us. Whether it was a proposed rate hike, whether it was proposed in increased cost, whether it was maybe they found somewhere to do it cheaper. I'm not sure what occurred. However, my understanding from my limited knowledge of the situation is that now they may be amicable towards.
I believe they always wanted to discharge to Lamarck.
Yeah, I think that
Based on
maybe
the meetings,
something happened.
They were, they either forced out because of the price, or my other understanding, they were told they just could not discharge anymore.
Okay, so is it safe to, thank you, everybody, teamwork. So is it safe to say that it's still kind of a mystery why they stopped doing business with us for this particular thing? But due to Rick's efforts and the current administrations, everybody pitching in, it looks like we're on track to initiate a relationship that was similar to what we used to have. Am I okay so far?
Yes.
Okay. However, I'm going to assume that because that is a big question mark, that is why there is no money assigned to that line item. Because
That
we
is
have
correct.
no idea. Got it. Thank
Until
you.
we have something in place, we're hopeful, but we can't budget on hope.
Totally.
We're hopeful, and we would love nothing more than to come back to you in a couple of months and say, hey, guess what? We were able to solidify that. We're back on pace to X amount of dollars, whatever that amount is. That would reduce the current deficit.
That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's the right thing to do, in my opinion. Sidebar, has our copper situation been fixed? Or are we just like dealing with a bunch of copper leaching in the soil?
No, that's what I alluded to there. We've had some copper excursions since Republic has not discharged to us over the last 2 years, year and a half or 2 years. And we've recently had some copper excursions that Shannon alerted me to here just in the last month. That will cause us to violate our permit again on copper. We are actually pulling copper samples from several parts of the city right now, some upstream sampling to try to determine where that copper is coming from. This gets a little technical. We can do what they call a grab sample, which is going out with a basic bottle and pulling a water sample. It's a one sample at whenever you get there. We do composite sampling at the treatment plant, and that's what we would actually have Republic do in the future when we issue them a discharge permit. Composite sampling is a 24-hour sampling period done with a piece of equipment that pulls a small aliquot sample from that waste stream every hour. So it actually pulls 24 samples. So you actually get a better idea of what is in that discharge water. Like I say, that's what we're required to do. All treatment plants are required to do composite sampling. So Shannon asked me about doing composite sampling in a couple of our a couple of our lift stations. We have no idea who's discharging copper on us. And I even checked with Gulf Coast to see if they had any irregularities or anything like that. We are getting ready to do copper and lead sampling in Lamarque. So that is a sampling requirement, also regulation that we're required to do every 3 years. And that those samples are taken from households because the whole lead and copper rule with EPA and TCQ has to do with household plumbing. Water systems in themselves do not have copper, generally speaking. Even our old fittings are generally brass fittings and stuff, but household plumbing is where you find copper. So that copper gets into the waste stream. And the whole point of this lead and copper drinking water sampling is a health issue, especially from the lead angle. You all know about Flint. So the lead and copper sampling, it has to do with the corrosivity of the water. So it's kind of a chemical reaction. I can get more technical, but I don't.
So Rick, is it safe to say that the answer was no, not really?
Well, no, we actually have had copper issues. So, I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, I don't have, I tried to find records from a sampling Republic. They're just not there. I have no idea why, or, the thought process that it was all coming from Republic. Evidently, there's other dischargers out there. There's copper in our water that we've violated the permit since Republic hasn't been discharging on us. So why is Republic not? However, I'm not willing to just connect them back up without running through this process, which is what we're doing.
Anything else, Casey? Michael?
When is that home study gonna start, do you know? For the lead and copper?
In August.
In August,
Yes,
okay.
yes, sir.
So instead of us doing our own shot in the dark sample everywhere, do we get results of that sampling?
We do.
that
So
test?
the lead and copper samples are bottles that we actually drop off at residents' homes, your home, my home, whatever. So it's a lot different than what we're concerned about is an industrial or a business discharge, something going on. And so that's the reason that we would sample water at a lift station. We have 21 lift stations around town. If we can isolate that we've got copper coming in from some area, we might be able to look at upstream businesses. That's what we're looking at a little bit, rather than it's a household plumbing issue, because it spikes, and we know that the water is always the same. That's why I checked with Gulf Coast Water to see if they had any changes in their water quality that would have caused copper corrosion issues in our system, and
Okay.
it's pretty heavily regulated, and their numbers are pretty tight, and they didn't show anything. So why all of a sudden we would be spiking on copper is what's alarming.
Well, I'm just thinking if it's due in August, or if they're gonna do it in August.
Right.
That way, maybe we can pinpoint general area from those samplings.
Well,
And then we can look
we
at
would.
that.
We will. And generally speaking, when we pull these lead and copper samples, there will be some lead hit or copper hits. Hopefully not a lot of lead hits, but there will be some copper hits. And once again, what happens with our discharge, and you probably heard this terminology before, dilution solution. So when we bring in copper to the treatment plant, the treatment plant's not really designed to remove copper, other than it can be removed through the sludge process, through the oxidizing process, and we might drop some of it out that way. But the biomechanism of the plant is not, the bugs, as we call them, are not there to remove copper.
Right.
So
Well,
if we get a copper hit on us through an influent flow that we don't know about, because we don't sample our influent as much as we do our effluent, and the effluent sampling is what matters to the permit. So when we had those copper hits coming in from a treatment plant operator standpoint, you're always thinking you got hit with something. That somebody dumped something that caused that copper hit to come on you. Whether it was or not, we don't know. But
I'm just trying to save money by saying if we're getting those samples
Right.
and the results.
Sure.
I mean, we can start narrowing it down from there.
Right.
Using those samples, so we're not spending our money doing the sampling ourselves.
Right.
Just a thought. I mean,
I understand. Yeah.
Thanks, Michael. Council President Yancey, any questions?
No.
No. So very quickly.
We get off.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Osteen. Go ahead. Very quickly here.
Rick, when there's a violation of the permit, like with the copper goes over, and you charge it in the bio here, where everybody fishes. What's the health concerns? And if there is a health concern, do y'all publicly put it out to the citizens that we got a health concern and don't fish for 2 months or something?
So all that's actually regulated through the TCQ and not by us.
Uh-huh.
So if we violate a permit, whether it's TSS or whatever, those permit violations are not reportable to the public. There's no responsibility for the city to report those. We've got the numbers for the Bayou water. It's not great, to be honest with you. There's counts down there that would seem pretty scary. So, and that's just the nature of that water down there, unfortunately. I mean, it's not from the Marque, but as much as upstream users and just that water in general. But there's no reporting requirement to the public at all.
Well, I appreciate your honesty about it being maybe scary down there, some of the releases. We need to start, y'all need to start talking about that.
Yeah, we do need to, this.
You know,
this
if
is-
it's-
This opens a whole new door. As Casey said, this is something that I don't think we had any sort of great discussion during our last budget period, so.
Yeah, you got kids down there
No,
fishing and
definitely, we're,
and crabbing and
yeah, all those issues.
so I think that ought to be a priority on y'all's list about some way to get the notice out to the public. And we got an honest man here right here. He don't, you know, he just, I like that, you know, it's scary. So he's letting y'all know what's going on. It's
Good-
on, it's on
good.
y'all now. It ain't on him.
Good, bad, or ugly, you're gonna know what's going on with
Yeah.
this.
So we didn't, you know, that's something I'm gonna be following up on. I'm sure some boy out here gonna be following up
Yes,
on.
sir.
you
Thank you,
know.
Mr. Gross. I think all of us.
Yeah,
are.
let's,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Rick, just to summarize here, we can move on. There's no financial penalty when we violate our permit with TCU EQ? Yes or no? Just quick, yes or no? Is there a financial penalty?
There has been, and
And
there,
have we paid
and there can be, yes, and
We
we have.
have paid that. Do you have a
We,
figure?
we actually have a recent order coming to you on a violation.
Okay,
There's
Perfect.
an item on the August 8th agenda.
all right, so I look forward to that, folks. And Mr. City Manager, if I understand then this, part of your plan, if I understand this accurately, is let's have some discussions going again with Republic with regard to implementing a formal discharge agreement, get Gus involved in this effort, and come up with an exact figure, perhaps a little bit more than the $500,000 that they were paid in the past. Cost has gone up, right? And then that's your first step in trying to overcome this deficit on our utility side. Is that accurate?
Yes, that would be step one. And although that is contingent upon them obviously agreeing
Yes.
to our terms and to hopefully the fact that we make the agreement a win-win situation where it behooves them to partner with us in this case, then that would be the easier solution. I'm sad to declare that would only be a drop in the bucket to get us where we need to be. While we were discussing, I did some simple math as to where we are and where we need to be right now. And we need to make some drastic changes. I'll go further to that extent. I'd like to call your attention again to page 126. I want you to notice where we are, where we need to be. Our total expenditures for the year, before we get to any deficits, before we get anywhere, is 8.9 is what we're projecting our expenses to be. And the reason for that is there are currently, if we don't incur any debt, we don't do anything, right? There's certain things that we need to account for that have not, and Susie, correct me if I'm wrong, we have not accounted for. One thing that stands out is, yes, we have received this funding through our wastewater plant, the three major grants that we have, and the amounts I may be blurry on, 44, 7.9, 1.5, give or take, and again, I'm paraphrasing. Those amounts equate to roughly 54 and change. Those grants we have received. Those grants we are working on. However, 2 out of those 3 grants require a match. Although they're a very low match, 1% of the $54 million that we're talking about still equates to $540,000 in matching grant funds that right now are not budgeted anywhere. So what we can do, we have different facets of doing it, and I will have the CIP meeting. We're working on the CIP as well along this process, is either to incur it as debt. But in the fact that if we don't incur it as debt, and let's say these projects near completion in this next fiscal year, and we're starting to draw down on those physical matches that we need to provide, we will need to come up with $540,000 for our match that we contractually agreed to provide. So essentially, we accepted the grant and we said yes. And Susie, if I'm speaking out of turn, Rick, if I'm speaking out of turn, please correct me. We've accepted the grant. We agreed to the match contractually, which never set the funds aside yet, and we haven't provided a mechanism with which to do so. So having said that, that's one reason why this year that number of total expenditures is drastically higher than it's been in previous years. Okay. it is drastically higher. If you notice, we estimate to be at 6.9. This year's ask is close to 8.9. Okay, so we are drastically higher. One big chunk of that is the fact that we need to address that, you know, big item that we haven't done. So. Go ahead.
Can I clarify the fiscal year 2021 where we have a huge deficit of 2.6 million that you just brought up?
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that, in the expenditure was capital projects and other capital items. For example, if you look on page 137, we have the wastewater treatment plant expansion. That's a little over $500,000. Page 137. Okay, at the bottom, you have that project that's factored into that total expenditures. That's just one item. I'm using that as an example because it does include some capital projects. These are 2020 CO bond projects, but there was expenditure. So, and that was capital. That's why it got pulled into the total expenditures. Same thing, page 134. There were some capital items in there, including some equipment for utilities. And then finally, on page 142, there was an initial debt payment of the principal alone, just principal for the 2020 CO was $910,000. The reason for that being so high, the initial payment for that debt was because when Tink, myself, financial advisor, bond counsel, when we met with S&P, we disclosed the fact that, okay, we're going to have a high initial principal payment up front. And then that would help lessen the debt burden subsequent years on the utility fund. And that would lower that interest cost on us. That was supposed to be a savings. Also, there was a projection that impact fees for the initial first few years, I believe 2 or 3 years, there would be around roughly $1 million, give and take, from impact fees. Of course, it's going to slow down after that. That's why we're willing to do a $910,000 initial debt payment that year. So on the back end, we would use impact fees to pay for the growth-driven projects portion of the debt projects. That was the intent, okay? And in this coming proposed budget, you do see $500,000 of transfer in your 2023 budget. That is not the discharge agreement, okay? We know that one, we just discussed that. We budgeted 0 for 2023. The $500,000 is a transfer in from impact fees to pay for whatever that's growth-driven project that Rick has in mind. Of course, if we have it, we'll use the impact fees to pay for it, to help the utility fund. We realize, you know, the utility fund, we're not charging where we should. We realize that. So we're doing everything we can to utilize what restricted revenues and apply it towards something that would qualify for that restriction the best we can. So I just wanted to explain that high expenditure, what drove that expenditure so high that year were these factors, and they're laid out in your book. I mean, in details. So there's nothing to hide. I just wanted to bring to your attention. However, in past years, we have not been charging enough to pay for operating. We have not been broken even. That's true, but not to this extent, like what it appears in fiscal year 2021. Okay, I just want to be 100% transparent to you. What Mr. Garcia was mentioning is true. However, fiscal year 2021, it was not pure operating. Okay, so
okay, well, thanks.
Just wanted to disclose that.
No, I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. Well, I this is certainly surprising on the one hand. Thank you for your honesty, Rick, as well too, and straightforwardness on this very sensitive, because we all care about our community, the environment, how it impacts especially our young people out there fishing and using our bayous. All those things are important. After all, we're promoting the bayou as a place, a destination. I don't think that we have. I personally, I'm speaking for myself and Councilmember Yancey, Councilmember McAuliffe, and Councilmember Carlton certainly say. But from my perspective, I'm a black and white person. We talk about this, and I would like to see some of these things memorialized in terms of options. What are our options, right? One of option I see at the top of my list here is sit down with Republic. Number two, figure out whether we can increase our permit amounts with TCEQ on their copper, which would be helpful in terms of renegotiating with Republic as well too. Right? Those are two action items I see there, and I wrote them down. But in terms of how do we deal with this, Susie was talking about, do we just consider this debt, right? And that's one methodology there, and that's our policy in terms of going forth, and we understand that. Or do we say to our community, here's one way that we're going to deal with this. Part of it will be considered debt, but we need to take a serious look in terms of our water rates that we have. And here's the historic. So just provide us options. That's just what I'm saying.
And that's what we would like to do between now and the next one. I think we can come, if it's okay with everybody, we can come to a close for today. What I ask us to do, we will take this back and come up with options. And if you allow us enough time to do our due diligence, we can table the rest of this utility budget, because this is a big item. Probably the biggest one we may face actually throughout this process. If we can table this discussion until we get to Tuesday and pick it up on Tuesday, allow us enough time to do some diligence on that end and hopefully bring back something to close. What I ask everybody here to do is pay close attention to page 126 and specifically what we are categorizing as expenses. All right, which the expenses are covered between pages 131 and 147. Essentially, yes, I'm giving everybody homework. Please look at that. And the reason why is because those are the places, those line items are the reasons why we're having to make some very tough decisions here. So we will come up with a plan to do so. And it could be a myriad of those plans, as you mentioned, water rates, because right now, if you went solely the water rate route, doubling our current water rate will still not cover, will not make us whole for 1 year. Yeah, so I just wanted just to understand that, everybody to understand where we're going with that.
Can I ask, for Monday, the two departments we're going to talk about, can you have them draft something? If they have any issues, possible solutions?
Those are part of their plans and those are part of their presentations.
Okay.
And I'll share that with you. We have some tables to address the big ticket items with those two departments. We will be mostly tailored towards CBA stuff. That's the biggest issue items that we have there, but we do have a better plan as to what we intend to do there.
Okay, and the rest of the city departments?
Absolutely. And really, to be honest with you, Monday's going to probably be the toughest. And then again, arguably Thursday. I think Tuesday we'll be able to, for the most part, whiz right through. For the most part, because of those funds and how they are. The intent is tackle the big items to start and then to end. So I believe our biggest thing to attack is our utility fund. To make sure that we are all on the same page as to what our plan moving forward would be there. Then come back to it at the end, because we are doing some studies as to what the rates need to be. And we are moving forward as fast as possible. But if we can convene for today, if nothing further, I think we got a lot accomplished. I think we caught up on time from this morning. The intention is for us to bring you innovation, outside the box thinking, and things that we just need to address. This is not we're not going to cure all the city's problems with this 1 year's budget, but it's a step in that direction where we need to go.
And one last thing, sorry, I didn't read the entire book in the last couple of days, but because I'm sure the questions can be asked in the public, are the grants that we received, are they accounted for in this book?
Not only are they not, I mean, Susie, I don't want to speak out of turn. they're not accounted for as far as the expenses because everything essentially having to do with them, it's money in, it's money out, essentially a pass through. But Susie?
Well, they're not, and here's the problem. I don't think I have a good idea of all the details that we have planned for these grant projects. I believe I have to rely on Public Works until Rick and I just sit down together and we have a clear picture along with our city engineer. Then we probably can be able to give a better view to the public regarding what's ahead, regarding what projects that are involved. The grant money is there, but it's also what projects do you have that's going to utilize the grant money? We just close to the grant money, the dollar amount, but what good is it going to do if we
Okay,
don't? know
that's what I was asking. Have we accounted for that we received the money?
Have
Right
we
now,
account-
We
we-
have received the money.
yeah, right
been
now,
awarded
it's
the
essentially
money.
pass through funds.
But we have not received the cash
Right.
because depending on which grant, it's not like, okay, here it's $48 million, the cash given to you. That's not the case. We have to have these projects in place, and then Rick, correct me if I'm wrong. You complete the project, we fund it with our own cash, and then there's a 5 days in between, and then we get drawdown.
Sorry to cut you short, Miss Susie. We need to conclude here now. If we could pick it up from there.
What, I don't understand that. Why?
We no longer have a quorum present.
Here?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
appreciate it.
Well, very good. Since we no longer have a physical quorum here, then our meeting here is adjourned until our next workshop
On Monday.
on Monday, starting at 10:30 a.m. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.